sayın bakanlarım, değerli büyük...
Esteemed ministers and esteemed ambassadors, all institutions and the esteemed directors and representatives of the institutions working in the IPA sector, esteemed participants, I would like to welcome you all. We are quite happy to come together in a physical format, and we also have some audience who are following our program online. So let's say hello and good morning to everyone. We are here all together and we have missed each other. We have been living with the pandemic for the last 2 years, and we have just a few events that we came together physically. That's why that really makes us happy, and we are so happy to see you all here. And we would like to make a reminder here. We are still living with the pandemic. That's why please pay attention to wear your mask and keep your social distance and your hygiene as well. So we hit the road actually by saying that each result is a new beginning for us. And today we have this IPA experience sharing seminar, which is organized under the result-oriented monitoring phase 3 project in Turkey. And esteemed participants and dear guests, I kindly invite you to watch our promotion video, which will be followed by the opening remarks.
Şey ne? Aynı göğün altında, farklılıkların içinde birliği yaşıyoruz. Geçmişimiz bir, geleceğimiz bir. Yolumuz hep birdi. Şimdi yollarımız da birleşiyor. Sınırlarımız var elbet. Ama sınırın bu tarafında da, ötesinde de bizi besleyen aynı toprak. Sende esen rüzgar bana ışık, bende doğan güneş sana enerji. Senin sofranda benim suyum, benim soframda senin ekmeğin. Benim mavi sularımda kaç kulaç attın? Ben senin meydanlarında kaç adım? Benim çocuğum sana emanet, seninki bende misafir. İnce ince işlediğimiz ortak kültür bizden yarına miras. İnsanlık olarak sahip çıkarsak haklarımıza her şey mümkün. Ortak akılla yükselen bilim iyileştirecek hepimizi. Ve yine işimizi, çalışma şartlarımızı, sosyal haklarımızı ve hayatımızın her alanını birlikte geliştireceğiz. Çünkü bizi bir arada tutan değerlerimiz ortak, geleceğimiz ortak. Bu ortak geleceğe Avrupa Birliği ile ortak yürüttüğümüz yüzlerce projeyle yürüyor, değerlerimizi yarına taşıyoruz.
Evet, kıymetli katılımcılarım.
Esteemed participants, we have a very busy 2 days with the participation of all our representatives of the relevant institutions and our dear speakers. Now I kindly invite Ambassador, the head of delegation of European Union to Turkey, Nicolas Meyer-Landrut, to the floor to do the opening remarks.
Is this working now? Again, I start again. Distinguished Deputy Minister Ia Faruk, distinguished Deputy Ministers, representatives of the different ministries, ambassadors, friends, colleagues, distinguished representatives of the media, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be with you. IPA is one of the most comprehensive programs which the European Union is implementing in Turkey together and through the Turkish government and with implementing agencies So it is very good that we have this opportunity to assess results. Of course, I will not prejudge on the results of the assessment, so I'm speaking too early actually, because we first need to get what the result-oriented monitoring has produced. This program was started, the third phase of result-oriented monitoring in Turkey started 3 years ago, and the motto at that time, and I think it's a very important and pertinent motto, was each result is a new beginning. And I think this is what we need to, so to say, keep in mind also for the future. Now, today, we are at the beginning of the exercise sharing seminar, so in which all the results which have been brought together over the last years can be evaluated. Results-based management is and continues to be a political priority for the EU and the European Commission. We share the same understanding with the government of Turkey that we all need to demonstrate the concrete impact and not only our financial cooperation in general, but the benefits that we create for sectors in which we implement our interventions. I have had the opportunity, in spite of COVID, to visit quite a number of projects over the last now almost 18 months in a wide variety of sectors: transport, environment, research, border and migration management, but also cooperation with civil society and human rights. And so I'm very interested also to find out through this more scientific research what the assessment is, apart from what you see when you go to visit individual project. Efforts to achieve concrete results while demonstrating the clear impact of all intervention is a vital priority in programming and implementation. Results-oriented monitoring has indeed served to this end. The abbreviation, I like abbreviations, ROM, of the IPA project implemented in Turkey has been conducted in 3 successive phases since 2011. Within the period of close to a decade, ROM implementation in Turkey has proved to be a practical external monitoring tool to provide an objective and independent assessment of the interventions. It should be remembered that the first 2 phases of ROM in Turkey were only concerned with monitoring IPA 1 projects under annual programs. With the introduction of IPA 2, multi-annual programs were included in the portfolio of the third phase. While under the first 2 phases of ROM in Turkey, a total of 429 monitoring reports were produced, ROM Turkey in phase 3 managed to deliver a total of 200 monitoring reports up to now, thoroughly fulfilling its target despite the pandemic restrictions since March 2020. In addition to its contribution to enhancing the internal control, accountability of project management capacity of the IPA beneficiaries, ROM brings about a good insight of the overall project performance against the criteria like relevance, efficiency, effectiveness, impact, and sustainability at the time of the mission. It is my pleasure to see that the overall performance rate across 200 monitoring reports, measured on a scale from 1 to 5, is as high as 4.28, which indicates a generally high level of successful implementation of the monitored projects. This success is also valid for each of the 5 criteria which average scores above 4, indicating strong ownership by the beneficiaries, but also by other stakeholders like the implementing partners and the main IPA actors. Several evidence-based recommendations and lessons learned have been derived from ROM reviews to further improve the implementation of the interventions. Under IPA 2, monitoring against indicators has been a significant focus of the beneficiaries to assess the progress of the projects and identify the achievements of their results. Even so, the formulation of indicators has much improved, though those at result level still need to be better substantiated and create a result for the intervention, create benefits for the result of interventions. Baselines and target values need to be well defined and should be gender disaggregated where applicable. Furthermore, the ROM reports have provided robust findings and conclusions to prepare evidence-based sectoral and thematic reports under the management of IPA interventions. A strong benefit created by the ROM Turkey Phase 3 project is the ROM Information System, or ROMIS in short, that has been significantly improved in the course of the project. This database, which contains all ROM reports produced by the 3 ROM phases in Turkey, together with relevant project documentation, will serve as a useful management tool for the NIPAC and other main IPA stakeholders. Another benefit created through ROM Turkey is related to the advanced level of capacity building activities, particularly also with the Directorate of EU Affairs to fulfill its obligation under IPA. Capacity building activities under the project were not only for the NIPAC office, but also at operating structures and the lead institutions. As a response to the pandemic, e-learning portals have been developed to enable a sustainable platform for the target groups to benefit even after the project has ended. So I'm glad to be here and to see this seminar take off with all. It will allow all stakeholders to share on the basis of serious evaluation what we have been implementing. So I would like to thank in particular the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, dear Farouk, and your directorate as the key beneficiary, as a contracting CFCU, as a contracting authority, along with all key ministries and stakeholders for the fruitful cooperation and useful results which we attain for future cooperation under this program. Thank you very much.
Avrupa Birliği Türkiye Delegasyonu.
We would like to thank you very much, esteemed Ambassador, Head of Delegation of the European Union to Turkey, Nicolas Meyer-Landrut, for the opening remarks. Esteemed participants, Faruk Kaymakçı likes to conduct interactive speeches, and today he's going to make an overall evaluation by using the Mentimeter. So actually we are doing this all together. So let's start the preparations. So if you make use of the internet connection, which is provided by the hotel, you can connect to Marriott Bonvoy Guest Wi-Fi network, and please select the access code option. Please scroll down the page, and you will see access code option down below the page, and please click on access code, and then you will have a new pop-up page where you can enter the password. AFS is the password, so you can connect to this network. So once you connect to the Wi-Fi network, how can we conduct this evaluation through menti.com? Please go to your internet browser on your mobile phone, and please go to menti.com website. And when you go to the website, you also need to enter the code 4793 2017. Please enter the code on menti.com webpage in order to have full access to the webpage. So I will wait for a while so that everyone will go to the website. And after that, we will proceed to the second opening speech. And I also would like to make another reminder. We are physically here available in this hall. Of course, we will wear our mask and we will keep our social distance. And we also have some audience who are following us online, and they can also join us in the menti.com for this evaluation. And actually, please do join us and be a part of this evaluation. So I see that everyone is getting ready. So now I kindly invite the second speaker to the floor for the opening remarks. Esteemed Ambassador and Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Director for EU Affairs, esteemed Speaker Mr. Faruk Kaymakçı is kindly invited to the floor to deliver his opening remarks. Thank you very much,
değerli bakan yardımcılarımız,
esteemed deputy
Avrupa
ministers,
Birliği Temsilciliği Başkanı, Büyükelçi Süleyman
esteemed
Demirel,
Ambassador, Head of Delegation of the
değerli
European
elçiler,
Union to Turkey,
bakanlıklarımızın,
Nicolas Meyer-Landrut,
çok sevgili
esteemed
İPA
ambassadors,
çalışanları, hepinizi
esteemed
saygıyla,
IPA
sevgiyle
representatives
selamlıyorum.
of our ministries, I would like to welcome you
Bugün
all with
aslında
my deepest respect.
biz bu toplantıda mesaj olarak şunu söylemek
Today we
istiyoruz.
have a main message to deliver at
İPA
this
fonlarını
meeting.
Türkiye'de en etkin şekilde kullandığımızdan emin
We
olabilirsiniz.
please be
İPA
confident that we are making the best and efficient use of IPA funds in Turkey.
Avrupa Birliği'nin ortak geleceğini hazırlayan
IPA
çok değerli
funds
bir yatırım.
actually is a very significant investment tool for Turkey that will prepare us for the future. That's why it's our main responsibility to make use of the IPA funds at the most efficient manner, and this is our main responsibility. So far, actually, Turkey delivered almost 9.2 billion euro fund, and we have used those funds in agriculture, in transportation, human rights, and in many other sectors as well. And today, Turkey is quite decisive in the EU accession process despite all the challenges we have on the road. And IPA projects are also really significant for us in terms of creating very healthy cooperation and communication with the other European countries so that we can establish common solutions and very effective steps can be taken finally.
Belli bir coğrafyada bir kez yapılıp unutulmasından yana değiliz.
We actually do not want IPA project to be implemented for once and then
ısrarla
be
sürdürüyoruz.
never
Yani
remembered. We would like all the IPA project to be sustainable for the future. We want their impact will be sustainable in the future as well. And that's why we would like to have each result
bu amaçla da İPA
as a
fonlarının
new beginning for the next project. That's why
ve ortak çıkarlarımıza
we pay significant attention to make use of IPA projects and funds.
döneminin planlamasını aşağı yukarı bitirdik. Uygulamalara gayet
And we have completed the first two phases of IPA, and we are at a very good level of implementation. And very soon we are going to start IPA phase 3. And so far we have presented very high quality project and we implemented them very successfully. But for 2021, only 16 projects have been accepted. And the total budget is almost 250,000 million, and this is actually almost one third of the previous figures, which is low for us because since 2011 we have those funds and we would like to have the higher level of funds as we did in the past because we believe that that will be very beneficial for Turkey and it will be quite supportive for our accession process. And those projects are not the material projects actually. We also have many contributions thanks to those projects in certain sectors like the human rights, the rural development, urban development, and other sectors as well, and the rule of law also. And thanks to the IPA projects, we also support the other projects and programs. And that's why we need to use IPA projects as efficient as possible. Almost 2 years ago, on the 14th of January, we had the opening event of a very similar project. And we talked a lot, and normally when I have the microphone, I may address the audience for 1.5 hours, but today I'm not going to speak that long. My presentation will not last more than 30 minutes. And in my presentation, in my speech, we would like to highlight the results of those projects, and we will use the Mentimeter now interactively, and that's why I kindly ask every one of you to join the Mentimeter. www.menti.com. Please go to the website and enter the code 4793-2017. Please enter this code to enter the website and to have a full access. Is there anyone who is having trouble to access the web page? I guess everyone has already accessed the web page. So let's continue through the questions. Again, I want to ask if is there anyone who couldn't access the web page. Could you also please reflect the menti.com and the code on the screen? I guess everyone has Wi-Fi connection, and I want to repeat the code once again: 4793 2017.
Bu arada büyükelçilerimiz de bu ankete katılabilirler.
And
Tabii ki
by the
kendilerini
way, esteemed ambassadors
yorumlarında
may also join the questionnaire. Please consider yourself as the real citizen,
sorularında
and we are quite interested in your answers to the questions,
oylarını alabiliriz.
and we would like to receive your votes as well. Please consider yourself as a Turkish citizen and to answer the questions from the perspective of the Turkish citizens.
Evet, şimdiki
So I guess everyone is
ilk
now
soruyla
in
başlıyorum.
Mentimeter. So let's
İlk
start with
soruda
the first
Türkiye'nin
question. In the
AB'ye
first
üyeliği Türkiye'ye
question,
yararlı olacağına inanıyor musun?
do you
Türkiye'nin
believe
AB'ye
that
üyeliğini
Turkey's
destekliyor
accession
musun?
to EU will be
Bunlarla
beneficial
başka
for
sorularım var.
Turkey?
Türkiye AB'ye
And do
üye
you
mi?
support
Türkiye
Turkey's
AB'ye
accession
üye var
to
mı? Bunları
EU?
sormadım.
We are not
Burada sorumuz çok
asking
açık ve net.
whether Turkey
Türkiye'nin AB'ye
will be
üyeliği
able to a member to
Türkiye'nin
EU or
ülkelerini
not, but we are
destekliyor mu?
only
Sormamız
interested in
var.
the question whether do you think that it is good for Turkey to be a member to
%90
EU?
kaç kişi katılmış? 188
Okay,
kişi. Geçen
188
sefer
people joined,
94 kişi katılmış
but last
Türkiye'nin
time
üye
we
olma
had
talebine.
194 people join
Geçen
this
seferdeki
questionnaire 2 years ago.
son 5 saniyedeydi.
Okay,
Yaratılması
last 5 seconds and we have to
%90'ydı.
stop the Mentimeter.
Evet. Yani Türk halkı bana soruyorsunuz Avrupa Birliği Büyükelçileri Türkiye hala
So
AB'ye
EU
istiyor mu?
ambassadors always
Benim
ask me
verdiğim
whether
yanıt evet.
Turkish citizens still
Bakın
wants to be a part of EU,
%90 değil.
and I say yes.
Oylar 2020'de
97% of the
kaybolmuş oldu.
participants said yes. And we
2098
asked the same question
2017
2 years ago, and it was 93%, but now today we have
İkinci soru
97%.
AB
The
üyeliğinin
second
Türkiye en
question
fazla yarar sağlayacağı
is that
3 alanı seçin.
please select
Şartları
3
net
areas
net Avrupa Birliği'ni istiyor.
which
Avrupa
will
Birliği
be highly beneficial for
politikaları
Turkey if
daha
Turkey
güçlü,
becomes a
ileriye
member
dönük,
to EU.
demokrasi,
What will
adaletli
happen?
olması daha
Do we have a better democracy? Do we
istikrarlı
have
hale
more
geliyor.
money? Do we have more
Neye
strengthening
geliyor?
human
Yani
rights?
bu yaş
What would be
atlamasına
better
geliyor.
for Turkey if
İlk
Turkey
sorum
becomes
hızlıca
EU
yorumunuzu
member?
alabilirsek
You can give your vote
şöyle karşılaştırmayı
quickly,
yapacağım.
and
Önceki
I will
yılın
also make a comparison with the previous answers of 2 years ago.
hızlıca kullanabilirsiniz. AB üyeliği ticaret, turizm dinamik, Avrupa
So,
Birliği
what does
üyeliği
EU membership
daha güçlü bir
mean to
demokrasi,
you?
hukuk üstünlüğü, insan
More
hakları
strong
demek.
democracy, the rule of law,
Avrupa Birliği
democracy. What
vizyon
EU represents
felsefesi
for
demek.
you? Is it the
Avrupa Birliği
visa
daha güçlü bir
exemption
politika,
or
daha
a
güvenli bir
more
gelecek,
strong
daha
foreign policy, more
nitelikli
secure
yaşam standartları.
Turkey, or more high quality
Evet,
living
biz
standards? What does EU
beklediğimiz
membership mean to
vizyonları
you?
iyi görmüştüm. Eğer hızlıca oylarınızı kullanabilirseniz sağlıklı bir karşılaştırma
So
olması
we
adına.
can make a more healthy
Evet,
comparison
aşağı
if
yukarı
you can all give
aynı
votes.
rakamları veriyor.
So actually we have
Sanırım
almost similar
demokrasi, insan hakları bir
numbers,
puan
but
artmış.
democracy and human
Avrupa
rights
Birliği
has
üyeliğinde
increased 1
Türkiye
point
dolayısıyla
more.
maddi güç kaybı
So Turkey do
anlaşılabilir,
not expect anything
algılayabilir,
material
daha
from
güçlü
EU,
demokrasi,
but Turkey expect to
daha
have more strong democracy
nitelikli yaşam
and more
standartları
qualified
yaşamak AB'nin
living
uyumasında kaldı. Evet,
standards, and
peki neden
also
AB'den
the rule of
çekildiniz?
law. These are the
Bugün bu
most
vatandaşı
important
arıyoruz.
topics. We don't want to
AB'ye
be a
neden
burden
çekildiniz?
on
Evet,
EU's shoulders,
ikinci
but we
sorum
want to be a contribution
Gerekirse
as
baştan
well.
soruyorum.
So let's
Bir üye
continue
olarak
with the
şunu
third
merak ediyorum.
question.
Ee, Türkiye'nin AB'ye üyelik sürecine gerçekten karşı mısınız diye
Do you
soruyorum.
really object to Turkey's accession to
Benzer bir soru olmayan
EU?
istiyorum.
And this is quite related with the first
Evet,
question,
yani
and we are
bu
going to
soruyu çok
confirm the
kalabalıklar
result
soruyor
of the first question
arkadaşlar.
actually.
Yani çok gerçekten karşı olanlar
So people who are strictly object to Turkey's accession to EU is only at
yani
around
benim istediğim
4%.
miktarda var
So we
açıkçası
have
bu.
still some people
Görmek
who are
isterim.
quite hesitant, but their percentage is almost
Türkiye'nin AB'ye
4%.
üyeliğine gerçekten
And the
karşı
fourth
ise
question, if you are
karşı
completely
olmanın
object to
sebebi
Turkey's
nedir
accession to Turkey, what are
diye
the three main
soruyorum.
reasons of
Bu
your
konuda
objection?
karşı olmamın sebebi üye
You don't
olmam
necessarily
konusunda
be
endişelerimiz var.
you don't
Bundan
necessarily
dolayı
object
onlarla
to Turkey's
konuşuyoruz.
accession to EU
Gerekirse
actually, but
pazar
you
günü
might have some concerns on your
yazılarımızı
mind, and
yazalım.
you can also select three
Aksi
of
takdirde
them.
geleneğimizi mi kaybederiz? AB üyeliğinde
So,
dilimiz ve geleneklerimizi mi kaybederiz?
are we going to
AB
lose
üyeliği
our
yaptığımızda
language,
tekrar
or are
başa
we going to
düşeriz.
lose our culture if we become an
AB'nin
EU member?
değerleri ve hedefleri paylaşmıyoruz
We are
mu
not
diye
sharing the
soruyorum.
same cultures
AB
and values
üyeliğinde
with
bir özel bir
EU.
endişeniz mi var?
Do you have any
AB
concern whether
üye
EU
olmanın
accession will
gerektirdiği
divide
sonuçları mı
our country?
bekliyorsunuz?
Or maybe you
AB
think
üyeliğinin
that it's not
getireceği
possible for
sonuçlar
Turkey
berbat
to
mı
implement the
diye
EU
düşünüyorum. AB
requisites in
başarısız bir
Turkey.
birlik zaten dağılacak
EU
diye
is an
düşünüyorum.
unsuccessful
AB zaten
unity
Türkiye'yi
and they're going
bölmekten
to
geçmiştir diye
dissolve. Maybe you
inanıyorum.
think like that. So
Evet,
why do you object to
yine
Turkey's
burada
accession to Turkey?
şimdi 2 yıl öncekiyle karşılaştırıyorum.
Okay, so I
Aşağı
will
yukarı
make a
aynı
comparison with the
tablo.
results that we received 2 years ago,
Özellikle
and we have almost the same table in
yani
front
ne
of
kadar
us.
doğru bilmiyorum. Aslında yani Avrupa Birliği üyeliğine karşıyız diyenler aslında AB
Those
üyeliğine
who
karşı değil.
object to EU membership is
Yani
not
Türkiye'nin
actually
AB'de
object to the
olmasını
membership
istemediği için
itself. They have
rahatsızız
some other
diye düşünüyorlar. Ama
concerns.
onlara da cevabımızı
They
söylemiştik.
might think that we're
Avrupa
going
Birliği
to
üyelik
lose
süreci
our
bizim
values
için
or
Avrupa Birliği
our
kadar değerli.
identity, but my
Avrupa
question,
Birliği üye
my
olması
answer will be the
olmaması
same
halinde
actually. The
bu
membership
sürecin
to EU is quite
sonuna
significant
ermeyebiliriz
for us,
ama
and at the end
diyoruz
of
ki
this project process,
değerli
maybe we will not be able to a member, or maybe we will successfully be a member. But our objection to EU is resulted from the lack of reliance in EU and also the prejudice against Turkey. So that's why we will continue this process very decisively. And Mr. President also had a meeting with the ambassadors, and he also uttered the importance of EU
Türkiye'nin AB'ye üye
accession.
olacak yönetsel kurumsal kapasiteye ve yetişmiş insan gücüne sahip olduğuna inanıyor musunuz?
Do
Yani
you believe
kurumlarımızın
that
AB'ye ihtiyacı var
Turkey
mı?
has
Japon dilinde okumuş 2000 tane AB
sufficient level of
var mı?
administrative and institutional
Üniversitelerinde AB
capacity that
akademisyenlerimiz
will
var mı?
enable Turkey to
Özellikle
a
Avrupa
member
Birliği
to EU?
biliyor mu, anlıyor mu? Bu
Do we
yakın
have a full
bölgede olan
understanding of
varlıkların
EU principles
oldukça
in
yüksek
our
oranda geçen
institutions
sefer de
in the
belirttiğim gibi
public and
yani
private
2022'de
sphere? Actually, the number is
evet
quite
biz
high.
kendimize inanıyoruz. Avrupa
We
Birliği'ne
believe in
varız
ourselves and we are
kurumsal
ready
olarak.
for EU from the
Ama şöyle
institutional
bir soruyu
perspective.
gündeme atalım.
But we need to
Altıncı soru.
ask this question to ourselves, which is the question 6.
Türkiye'de AB'ye üye olmak için gerekli temel çalışmalarının yeterli ölçüde yapılmış olduğuna inanıyor musunuz?
Do you
Yani
believe
bizler
that
bir
Turkey
Marmara mı
has
yaptık?
conducted all
Yoksa
necessary
birlikte
fundamental
oluyor muyuz?
studies
Yoksa yani önemli şeyleri
in order
yaptık.
to become
Bazı
EU
yenilikleri yaptık
member?
ama hepsi yenilik hakkında
Some
konuşuyoruz.
programs or
En
some
eşit
studies
şekilde
or research
Türkiye'de
may
cevabı
have been
duyabilir
conducted
ekranlarına veriyorum.
successfully according
Ankara'da
to you,
yapmamız
but
gerekenler
maybe we
oldukça
still some
fazla
room
ama
for
bir başka
improvement.
soruyum.
So
Evet,
we have
31
the same
Şubat'ta
opinion
yapılan
actually. We have
konuşmamızın
very successful implementations and projects and research and studies in Turkey, but still there are some room for future, for improvement. Okay, so let's continue with the
mevcut
question
koşullarda
7.
Avrupa
Under normal
Birliği
conditions, under
Türkiye'yi kabul
current
etmeye inanıyor
conditions,
musunuz?
do you
Evet,
believe that
mevcut
EU will
koşullar
accept
gerekliler
Turkey's
nedeniyle
accession?
ödevimizi yapmak zorundayız.
We have to do our homework
Üyelik
actually because
koşulları
the
yerine
technical
getirilmiş
conditions have
olmalı.
not been met yet.
Üyeliğimizi
So once we met all the
başarıyla
technical
devam edelim.
requirements, we're going to do all our
7. soru.
homeworks completely, and then we will be a member.
Burada tabii sorular arasındaki ayrımı da örtün.
And
And surely you have seen a difference in between the questions. Do Turkey will want to be a member of EU? Yes. Can Turkey be a member of EU? Yes. And is it possible with the current relationship? No, but the process is ongoing and it is quite important to have this process. And the eighth question is that do you believe that EU will accept Turkey as a member when Turkey fulfills all the requirements? When I ask this question, 51% favors and say yes, and 49% says no. So, in the last questionnaire, in the previous one, indeed we have increased rates. The previous questionnaire says it was 45% saying yes, EU will accept Turkey as a member. We do see that from that questionnaire to this one, there's an increase confidence in EU. And the ninth question, let's be Nicholas, let's be Marianne, let's be Hans, Thomas, and question yourself with this one. Do you think that in which topics EU has hesitations for in regard to membership of Turkey? Is it the size of Turkey's lands? Are there any other issues, or is it the majority of Turkish people are Muslims? Are there prejudices against Turkish people, or is it the democratic values of Turkey, geographic position of Turkey, or Cypriot issue? When we ask this question, we do see that Turkey is too big, too poor, and Muslim arguments have the highest rates. Yes. We do believe that Turkey's size will be an advantage, and the differences, the varieties will contribute actually in accordance with our beliefs. But Turkish economy could be an important opportunity for the European economy. Muslim Turkey has a 33% rate. It is quite high actually. Sometimes I've sensed that issue while I was appointed in abroad. Democratic standards of Turkey got the percentage of 17%. It has increased actually. Copenhagen criteria is quite important. We should be on the same page, and IPA colleagues have an increased awareness in regard to this issue as well. Cypriot problem have decreased, but if it will stay as a problem, then we cannot solve this problem at all. There should be mutual will. Turkey shows this will for 50 years, for 60 years, and with our friends of EU, hopefully we will be on the same page, and this will not stand as a problem at all. Turkey has to fight against all these perceptions, and we do believe that with a common policy we can overcome all these problems. Last question. Why I ask this question, let me explain it first. So far we have organized nearly 20 meetings like this online, and over 3,200 people participated in these meetings. In the first question, people do not understand it Absolutely. But when we ask it once again, there is a figurative decrease. But I am just repeating the first question. But in the 10th question, there is nearly 7% increase in the answer. So after 1 hour, 1.5 hour talk with our participants, they do change their minds, and we do see an increase of 7% in the support of Turkey's accession to EU. They do support idea at the end of the meeting. At this point, we have a decreased participant to the questionnaire. It could be because of my presentation skills, maybe. But yes, the results are then again quite good. In the end, Turkey is heading to full membership to EU. And EU projects are quite valuable tools for us in this process, and I would like to thank to the EU delegation to Turkey. I would like to thank to the embassies in Ankara and together with civil society, with embassies, with delegation and our institutions, we would like to have increased number of studies. We would like to have an increased number of Erasmus students visiting Turkey from France, from Greece, from every other EU member states. And as the Director of European Union Relations and as national agency, we are ready to support such actions. Thank you very much for being with us and for your patience. Esteemed Minister, please do not leave the stage. Let's have a family photo all together. I would like to thank you for the questionnaire and for your valuable words as well. If I may invite you to this stage, all of you, to take a family photo. Please come to the stage for family photo.
Herkesi sahneye alalım.
Can everyone come here, please? We will have a very nice family photo. In order to keep this day in our memory forever, we have gathered in these pandemic days, and hopefully when you just take a look at this photo, you will say, oh, you remember we were wearing masks on those days. And let's have a very nice memory all together. We are inviting all of you. You may use the stairs. And I am just checking our photographers. Is it okay? Yes, we are all good. Great, we will have this photo and I will take a look at you. Please do join us. Okay. Everyone will be here. You are wearing masks, but please smile to the camera. And cheese. Results-oriented monitoring phase 3 project in Turkey. Now we take our photo to keep these 2 days in our memory. After the photo, we will have a coffee break. We will continue the day, and after we will proceed with our second panel. Okay, now it's time for a coffee break. Enjoy.
Wir betreten feuertrunken himmlische dein Heiligtum. Deine Zauber binden wieder, was die Mode springen. Alle Menschen werden müde, nur ein sanfter Flügel weit.
Ses kontrol, ses prova.
Ses deneme, ses kontrol, soundcheck, prova, ses deniyorum. 3, 4, 5, hey, ses deneme, ses prova, ses deniyorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, cihaz deneme, ses deneme, soundcheck, prova.
Ses kontrol, ses prova, ses deneme 1, 2, 3. Ses kontrol. Ses kontrol, ses prova, ses deneme 1, 2, 3. Ses kontrol.
Normal konuşacaksın çünkü. Biraz yanaştır. Evet.
Ses kontrol, ses prova, ses deneme 1, 2, 3. Ses deneme. Ses kontrol, ses deneme. Tamam.
Prova 1, 2, 3, ses deneme, ses kontrol, ses 1, 2, 3. Prova deneme, ses deneme, ses kontrol. C deneme.
Değerli katılımcılar,
Esteemed participants, welcome once again. We will proceed with our panel. However, before heading to the panel, I will ask our participants who are staying at the... I would like to invite you to the front rows. Could you please do take your seats in the front row? so you can easily follow the activity. Our guests sitting in the back rows, please do enjoy us in the front line. Surely during the coffee break you had nice chats, and this is one of the good sides of having physical meetings, but also we have our participants who are remotely participating us from YouTube. I kindly ask our guests sitting at the back front, please do join us in the front row. By the way, we have photo booths. There are human silhouettes composed by words. You may enjoy it during your next coffee break, and you can get your photos immediately. Please do not forget your photo booth experience. All right, we have our guests in the front lines, we have reminded the photo booth, and we will proceed with the panel. Why we have done what we have done so far and how the ROM project started. I would like to invite Ministry of Foreign Affairs Directorate for EU Affairs, Cemre Güzel, who is the head of Monitoring and Evaluation Department, will be moderating the session. Welcome. And one by one, I would like to invite our panelists. How the ROM project started and what have we done so far? On behalf of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Faruk Yazıcıoğlu will be with us. Please, strong. Okay. I will hand the pointer to you. And ROM with numbers will be presented by Harun Eroğlu from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Directorate of EU Affairs. And we are in ROM Why We Did It panel. We will have project introduction, and capacity building is what we do. On behalf of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I would like to invite Dr. Arda Deniz Aksular. Moderator is here, panelists are here, and it's time for me to say goodbye to you. I will leave the floor to our panelists. Wish you a very fruitful panel. Thank you. Firstly, I would like to welcome you all on behalf of our institution, our directorate, and National IPA coordinator. Welcome. Results-oriented monitoring, especially for National IPA coordinator, it is a valuable activity. We do continue our activities for years, and we do use different monitoring tools. Actually, in monitoring committees, we do gather all together. However, project-based analysis and monitoring is performed under the activities of ROM. We do use the acronym ROM, Results-Oriented Monitoring. And I would like to mention about ROM, why we have started. What did we do? We will be talking about all these issues with the contribution of our panelists. Let's start with Faruk. Thank you, Cemre. And I would like to extend my greetings to all participants. Briefly, I will be talking about the history of ROM in Turkey and what have we done so far. What is ROM? Why do we have such activities? I will not go into details of that because we have already explained that multiple times. And within the scope of this project, we have designed a remote learning system, so you may refer to that if you have any questions. history of Rome have been conducted through technical assistance projects, 3 consecutive projects actually. We have started this relationship in 2011, and consecutive activities phases were conducted, so we continued our results oriented monitoring activities. There is one difference when we compare Turkey and European Commission's activities, because Rome application in Turkey is still unique in this respect, why we implemented as a beneficiary country. And there are certain differences. In general, we do stay loyal to the structure of European Commission's activities. However, there are some minor differences in between. In phase 1 project, what we have done in 2011, we have started 3 years of implementation period, and generally those were the projects implemented in between 2007 to 2013. It was under component 1, capacity building activities have been examined in IPA 1 phase. I believe this pointer is not working. All right. Within the scope of this one, we have that there have been 294 ROM reports. 262 of them were about ongoing projects, and 32 of them were about concluded, finalized projects. And when it comes to phase 2, implementation period is 2014 to 2016. And this project was somehow different because there was an extensive capacity building. Hands-on activities were included in this outputs, and in our directorate, all our experts gained extensive experience for project implementation. And phase 3 have started in 2019, and it covers the period in between 2019 to 2022, as we have concluded IPA 2. Here, all eligible projects under IPA 2 were covered, and as a difference, we have also monitored multi-year institutions projects. We have prepared 200 monitoring reports, and when it comes to results 1, ROM missions were conducted. As I've said, 200 ROM reviews successfully concluded, and 159 ongoing projects were examined, 41 ex post were conducted, and those were all in ROMES database. Results 2 is in regard to capacity development, and we have experienced COVID crisis. That's why we couldn't have face-to-face activities. However, we have established an e-learning portal, and 8 modules have been developed. So we have such a distant learning mean as well. How does the ROM cycle work? We do just choose the projects. Experts are assigned to their respective projects, and all stakeholders are interviewed, and monitoring activity is finalized. After monitoring activities, they prepare a report. After quality review in multiple stages, we do check the follow up on recommendations and findings. Surely everyone who implement project knows that there are no flawless, perfect projects. Everyone experiences certain problems, and within the scope of IPA experience sharing seminar, we wanted to share our experiences as well. The number of projects which are eligible for ROM was quite low. Those were one of the challenges. And in order to overcome this, we have we had re-monitoring missions for certain activities. The second one was COVID-19 pandemic. When it was started, we had to stop all the missions in March. And then European Commission had the methodology for their own projects, and we used remote hybrid ROM missions introduced in June 2020, and so far we had the opportunity to monitor over 100 projects in regard to this process. And another problem was the lack of familiarity with ROM in operating structures, because they were seeing some experts and they were shocked because these experts were asking very intimate questions about their projects, and they were quite right about being distant to this. However, we have introduced the project and they are quite aware what are the contributions of ROM activities. So the communication with the operating structures was strengthened. We have provided certain trainings as well, and the other thing that delayed delivery of some reports for missions cancelled and relaunched. And another activity that we have performed under the activity 1 was ROMIS. What is ROMIS? A ROM information system. We have updated it, and now it is active. All ROM reports in regard to the projects monitored in Turkey within the framework of this project could be found in this system. All information, documents, stakeholder documents, and project documents could be accessed through this information system. And Newromans have this searching facilities as well. There could be filters in accordance with sectors or results. And we do believe that ROM will continue. We have initiatives in this direction, and in IPA 3 we hope to continue these activities. Thank you once again, and I do hand the mic to Cemre. Thank you. The most adopted part of ROM is, I believe, that we have some results which could be compared and measured. It is not just a text, it is not just findings or recommendations, but also there are certain scores and colors that give us information about the improvement, about the development in the sector, in the project. And you may compare the results in between sectors and projects. So this is an opportunity for us to have comparative studies. And now we will continue with ROM with numbers. We are sharing all this information with you in much detail, actually. And in projects, specific reports, we do share the recommendations, but now we will take a general look at ROM activity. Thank you, Cemre. I have a presentation in this regard. Farooq have mentioned about our ROM activities, and I will be talking about the results that we have accessed, and I will try my best in order not to bore you. Can we have the presentation, please? In this phase 3 project, we had nearly 200 projects to be reviewed, as Farooq has stated, and 159 are ongoing projects, 41 were completed projects. These 200 missions were conducted with 15 different ministries. 45 monitors carried out the activities, 15 ministries, and we had 74 implementing partners. Nearly 2,000 mission days were required, and over 1,000 hours of interviews were conducted. Nearly 5,000 pages of report have been written. And as Farooq stated, we have started IPA projects in a late term within the framework of this project, but IPA 2 projects number have increased, and even last year, 2021, we had the opportunity to have monitoring in record numbers, actually. And as you do know, ROM projects, results-oriented monitoring, have been conducted in every project other than IPART. And at this point, these sectors are all covered, and there are some projects which are not under any sector. You may see that Home Affairs and Judiciary had the highest numbers, and we had the least opportunity to visit energy and transport projects. We do believe that we will compensate this difference in the following days as well. And this is the list of ministries that have been monitored in regard to their projects. We have a huge list, actually. We didn't have the opportunity to visit a Ministry of Youth and Sport, unfortunately, and we had a indirect visit to Ministry of Treasury and Finance by taking the opportunity of another project, actually. So we will have a direct visit to them. And surely, in accordance with the methodology of ROM, we do check twinning projects, we do check service projects. But what was different in this process was about procurement and construction works. Though the number was low, we had certain revisions in our methodology to cover these projects as well. And I've summarized the situation briefly. What have we done? What the scope is? Talked about that, but ROM taught us, rather than focusing on activities, we need to focus on the results. So let's check that part altogether. After every monitoring, we do prepare a report. There are evaluations and notes and scores. All scores were calculated, and we took the averages for every sector, and we have compared these scores statistically. Statistically, the average scores are not different significantly. We do not see any significant differences. However, when you list all the averages, we do see that ongoing projects had, when it comes to ongoing projects, civil society had the highest score. When it comes to ex post, in general average, Home Affairs has the highest score. And then again, education, employment, and social policies are in the top 3 projects. And in the right side, we will see the overall averages for ongoing and ex post projects. For the ex post projects, the score is higher than the ongoing ones, although this is a very slight difference. We can check the efficiency and effectiveness of ex post projects. It is higher than the ongoing ones, and the possible explanation could be that while there is an ongoing project, there could be certain delays on reports or in activities. So there is a decrease in the efficiency of the project, and the estimations, the forecast, the hopes could be decreased by such delays of activities, and that's why the ongoing projects have decreased figures of efficiency. However, when it is completed after a while, when we check the results once again, together with good communication and coordination, all these problems could be resolved, and the delays could be compensated, and the results are achieved at the end of the project. So this is what we observe actually, and we can get such a conclusion from there. Good projects are not the ones mandatorily that there's good planning and good results. A project which can produce solutions, which can compensate delays or postponements, is a good project. We can see this from ROM results. As far as I do see, I have time actually, so I may go into details of this slide as well. When we check the reports score, we have explained what is ROM, we have explained the results of it, but here at the end of ROM, what we have gained, what changes after ROM. The panel is why we did it, and we need to explain, I believe. Please do not think that, okay, now they're asking the questions. But no, it's not the case. We always ask this question to ourselves. We always provide answer, but we now have the opportunity to share all the answers with you. What changes after ROM when we just try to answer that? There has to be long monitoring missions, field visits. However, we had a practical solution. As I've stated, among 159 ongoing ROM missions, 31 were re-monitored, as Faruk has stated. And in this re-monitoring, we compared the results. Scores have increased in 22 projects after ROM mission, and the increase could be seen as a minor increase to you, 8%. However, if let's assume that the score was 4.09, after ROM, there is an increase up to 4.42. And surely an objective evaluation is required to understand to what extent ROM contributed to that 8% increase. However, we may check the details of this once again. How? I'm not sure how knowledgeable you are in regard to the process of ROM, but we have the criteria that are fractions of all those questions, and the questions in these fractions are evaluated with different scores. And when we check the fractions, especially in regard to efficiency, there is an increase. So the inputs and outputs could be examined in terms of efficiency. Do the inputs funded by the project and actually made available correspondent needs of the projects. So at last, we do see there's an increase of 15%. Surely, this increase have a certain impact in the results achievement side. In effectiveness side, we do see there's an increase of 30%. If these outputs likely to lead the outcomes, expected outcomes, then we do see an increase here once again in cross-cutting issues in that 22 projects. Maybe in the planning phase it wasn't paid attention that much. However, after the first monitoring, we do observe that the collection of sex aggregated data and for the sustainability of the projects, the increase of women's role in the project have been impacted, and there is a significant increase in the percentages in these perspectives. How ROM contributed and how we have questioned. We do all know of that, but I do believe these increases are related to ROM activities. Those are the things that I would like to state. Thank you. Thank you, Harun. And indeed, within the scope of our project, we can say that it is not a capacity building project, it is a monitoring project, and majority of the budget are allocated to the monitoring missions. Surely monitoring missions are somehow leading to capacity building for the ones who are implementing it, and for the visited institutions. We had limited sources, but with that limited sources, we do believe that we have achieved very good results, and now we will continue with capacity building is what we do presentation.
Cemre Hanım.
Thank you very much, Cemre Hanım. Actually, I engaged with this project thanks to ROMIS system. While ROMIS system was established, Cemre Hanım asked me to check the system and revise the system. And we checked the ROMIS system, and we decided to have some test scenarios in order to run the system perfectly. And 40 or 50 scenarios were needed at that time in order to test the system. And we requested those tests from the technical assistance team, but they actually prepared 200 test scenarios, not only 40 or 50. And we tested the system for twice or for third time, and as a result, we successfully developed the ROMIS system. Here are the test scenarios. We have worked on those scenarios very meticulously, and as a result, we received a very successful ROMIS. And after that, we had the training activities. Those were the main activities. We had actually expected 4 trainers, and we also had expected 2 capacity development of the NIPAC office. So when I joined the project, the 2 trainings were completed and only 4 of them left at that time. Normally, the project starts and the ceremony is organized and the PSC is organized and the report is published. But at this project, we decided to have something different, and therefore we had a different type of training presentation. And we had 4 trainings, and we paid attention to implement those trainings in an unprecedented manner. And we were planning to have a ROM training, and under the ROM trainings, we tried to establish a e-learning system. And under activity 2.2, we had Lego Serious Play methodology, and we decided to transfer this methodology into Turkey. It was the first time in Turkey at one of the public institutions. We implemented the Lego Serious Play, and we tried to explain the project management through Lego Serious Play methodology. And we also had the advanced level project management training as well. Those are the activity 2.2. We were a bit more flexible and we had very different implementations actually. This is the first training. This is the ROM methodology and practices training. It actually includes the general principles of ROM, and this was an online training, and 64 people participated in the training and they were all trained. It was really successful. The content of the training, the flow of the training was quite successful. We used very different methodology and content, and all the certificates were distributed right after the training session. And after that, we conducted the Lego Serious Play activity, which is an interesting activity, and it was the first time in a public institution we implemented this activity, and we had serious concern actually because that was the first try, but despite every concerns and hesitations, it was a very successful activity. And we actually transferred this methodology to Turkey, and we trained 21 colleagues of us, and we had very interesting experiences. Actually, the Legos were held at the customs office. You need to use the Lego sets actually in the training, and it's not an easy job. And we had boxes of Legos, many boxes were available. However, they were held at the customs enforcement office, and then we needed to save them from the office as well. And we also had another training that was very interesting as well. And the most important thing is that some of our colleagues gave us very positive feedback, saying that that was the best training that I have ever received so far. So we were quite happy about that meeting, and I want to share a couple of images with you, a very short video from that training.
Care for diversity.
Stay efficient, make a big impact. Don't worry about the things you cannot control, just steer the wheel and it will pay off.
Project as a human being, take care of it.
Coordinate the people and activities in a timely manner.
Okay.
Serve to the common goal.
Consider different views.
Whatever you do, always add a value.
Help people.
Never stop communicating and keep moving forward.
Very good, guys. Now you can clap your hands with the model in there.
Bunun ardından da
And right after this training, we also conducted the advanced level project management training. That was a training that we received from European College, and Rui Santos was the trainer, and he was a really interesting trainer actually. He explained all his life journey, where he visited, and all the migration journeys that he had with his family. And that was an online training, and that we used the remote training methodology, but it was quite successful. We delivered this training for 23 people and we distributed all the certificates to the participants. And at the end of the training, we had a family photo and we also prepared the log-free mattress with the Belgium flag at the background, and that was a group present for Rui Santos. After that, another journey has started for us. That was the Rome e-learning portal. We wanted to establish a portal including 8 different modules, and that was the e-learning portal that we established. And this is the first actually study, the first portal that we established, and we need to improve the content of the portal. And it was a really adventurous for us and our colleagues here, Harun, Faruk, and other colleagues, I am sure, really worked hard on this e-learning portal, and they worked really hard. And we have completed the preparation and we were about to open the portal for usage, and we checked the addendum for the last time before we make it available. Then we realized that the some technical issues were still missing, and we actually started all over again to complete all the missing parts, and then we prepared the subtitles for all the videos, etc., and everything was complete. And now the system is open, the portal is available, and I would like to promote this portal to you. We also have a short promotional video, and you can always register yourself at the website in order to take advantage of those e-learning trainings. Hello, I'm a Rome expert, Esra Gedikli Nide. Hello, my name is Harun Yenice Arda Deniz Aksular. I am the Rome expert. My name is Erol. And this is the end of the first session of our module. In the second module, we are going to discuss the IPA trainings in a more detailed manner. Welcome to the second session of the ROM training. This is the third module of ROM training. Welcome to the fourth module of ROM training. We will learn the e-learning portal. Welcome to the fifth module of the ROM training. I wish success to your studies. So if we have a look at all the trainings that we have, the online, we provided a training to 77 participants in online system training, and as far as I know, the system has already reached 87 people altogether. And in total, we delivered training to 234 people in total, and we had very interesting experiences in different projects and in different trainings. And 139 people from NIPAC joined the trainings, and 95 people from different institutions joined the training sessions. And regarding the gender distribution, I believe we had equal distribution during the trainings, and actually the number of women were higher than men. Actually, we were quite successfully completed those trainings. It was all very tiring, but we were quite happy to be able to organize everything, and we had more than 50 meetings for 4 activities. And this is only 1/4 of total ROM period, actually. So you only witnessed the 1/4 of the total journey. And this is only the 1/4 of the actual story, but still we learned a lot. We had great experience. And as I said before, you are always welcome to our trainings, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Arda, for this presentation. I hope you are not bored, actually. we wanted to share some more information about result-oriented monitoring project. That is the main reason for today that make us come together. Before we end the panel session, I would like to thank our Director General and the evaluation and monitoring team and all our colleagues who are available here today and the other colleagues at the office for their contribution and for their participation in this project. They all worked really hard. We had technical assistance team and the team leader and their assistants. They are all together with us. During this COVID period, sometimes we work at the same office, sometimes we work remotely in order to have a complete run of the project. And I also would like to thank all our counterparts at the EU offices and also the CFCU counterparts. I would like to thank you very much. And I also want to thank those who joined the project as a part of IPA family. I would like to thank you very much. So that's the end of our panel. So I want to pass the microphone to Öykü. Thank you very much. And let's have a big applause for our participants. I am sure you are quite proud of explaining what you have achieved so far, and thank you very much for all your contributions. Let's have a very big applause and congratulations. So before you leave the stage, let's have a family photo all together as the panelists of this panel session. So as we talk about the photo, please do not forget having your photos at the photo booth. We have very interesting and funny photo booth outside. So let's make sure that your photos are taken at the booth. So now we will have 1 hour lunch break, and after the lunch break we will continue. So the lunch will be served on the -1 floor at the exhibition hall. You are all kindly invited to the lunch at the floor -1, the exhibition hall. So we will see you in an hour. Thank you.
Kıymetli misafirler, tekrar hoş geldiniz. Yemeklerimizi yedik.
Esteemed guests, I would like to welcome you all once again. We had our lunch and we came together once again for the second session in the afternoon. I hope you enjoyed the morning session and we will have the same energy in the afternoon session. And we also would like to say hello to our online participants as well. So we will continue with the third panel, but before that, I see people sitting at the back rows of the hall. So I kindly invite you to the first rows because that's the first physical event that we organize after a while. So please take this advantage and join us in the first rows. So I also want to ask you if you had your photos taken at the photo booths and the coffee during the coffee break you can also enjoy the photo booth. So let's start with the third panel. In this panel, we are going to discuss result-oriented achievements in energy, agriculture, and rural development sectors. So I will first kindly invite the moderator and the panelists as well. The moderator of this session is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Directorate for EU Affairs, the head of Sectoral Policies Department, Burcu Altınordu, is kindly invited to the floor.
Hoş geldiniz.
Welcome.
Şimdi
Now I will invite our panelists to the stage. The first panelist from Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Director General of Foreign Relations, Dr. Öztürk Selvitop, is kindly invited to the floor. Welcome.
Tarım ve Orman Bakanlığı Avrupa Birliği ve Dış İlişkiler Genel Müdürü,
The Director General of European Union and Foreign Relations from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, Aylin Çağlayan Özcan, is kindly invited to the floor.
ve son
And the last
panelistimiz,
panelist is
Tarım ve Kırsal Kalkınmayı Destekleme Kurumu Başkanı,
from the
Sayın
Agriculture
Doktor
and Rural
Muhammed
Development
Adak
Support
Başkanı.
Institution. The director of the institution, Dr. Muhammed Adak, is also kindly invited to the floor. So the moderator and our panelists are all set on the stage. So I want to pass the microphone to our panelists and the moderator. I wish you a very successful panel session. I would like to welcome you all once again. This is the panel 3, and we are going to share our experiences on the result-oriented achievements in agriculture, energy, and rural development sectors. We have very valuable speakers. First, I want to pass the microphone to Dr. Öztürk Selvitop from Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, the Director General of Foreign Relations. Before I pass the microphone to, I would like to make a brief explanation about the energy developments. In EU policies, within the EU policies, all the energy policies are established based on the energy supply and demand chain, and energy supply is highly important, and EU pays a great attention, and in this term Turkey is a very significant partner. The energy phase is one of the best phases and the pillars that we are successful within the framework of EU accession, thanks to the efforts of the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources. And there are many different projects, and all those projects provide a significant contribution to the process. Now I want to ask our esteemed Director General about the achievements of the project and what was its contribution to the capacity building of the institution and who benefited from those projects. Thank you very much, dear Burcu. Especially I would like to thank Bülent Bey and his team for giving us this opportunity. For a very long time we have worked in harmony with you, and we conducted many significant projects so far, and our objective is to continue in the same way. As you mentioned, energy sector is one of the most important sectors for EU. And in 2001, Turkey has started to transform the energy sector. And we actually take the good models, take the good markets as an example. And the goods markets are available in EU countries. And while transforming our energy sector, we actually targeted to turn the public sector into the private sector. We wanted to focus on the private sector more. Now we have almost the share of the private sector in energy is now at around 80%. Some of the institutions were now private institutions. They were the public institutions in the past. And we also established the Regulatory Authority for Energy Sector, EPDK. And we also focused on the IPA process and pre-IPA process and our relation with EU as well. And in energy sector, we conducted main projects in line with the TEİAŞ work and sectoral achievements. And we also had a membership process for the Union, and in 2010, TEİAŞ has become a member of this main framework, the main union, and it contributed a lot to the energy sector in Turkey. Now we have an end-to-end energy system in Turkey, and I believe that will contribute to our EU process as well. And also we talk about the harmonization to EU acquis, and the sector is quite dynamic, and it will continue to be dynamic system, and we will closely follow up all the developments and try to make the approximation of our sector to the EU sector. And the electricity aspect of the energy sector in Turkey is quite mature in Turkey, and we almost have full harmony. However, in order to follow up this dynamic process very closely, we focus on IPA projects now, and we have human sources, and we have our national legislation, and we are going to update them all in order to have the full harmonization. And we focus on renewable energy, energy efficiency. We have some concrete projects about it.
Belli şeyleri işte ben kanunu yaptım, hadi al bunu uygula demek olmuyor. Sadece kafa yapısını değiştirmemiz gerekiyor.
And you also need to change the mindset of people and the mentality and their perspective, because otherwise the concrete projects will not work, and it's a kind of learning curve. Over time, the sector has learned a lot, and there are many projects, and their contributions are quite visible now. And thanks to those projects, so we actually was the leading country with $430 million investment in the clean energy sector. And municipalities, universities, SMEs, the academics, all engaged in those project processes, and they learned a lot so that they can manage their own projects in the future, and we can have more sustainable process. And we also have solar projects, hydroelectricity, power station projects. We established more than 200 energy efficient water pump projects with the municipalities. So we made many investments in energy sector, and we have become the pioneers in the sector thanks to your support actually, and thanks to the sector's support. We trained our institutions, we were the guiding institution, and we trained the other relevant institutions. And we have come to a certain stage, and some of the institutions show a very good ownership, and they offer new projects, and they want to manage those projects with their own equities. And I believe we have come to a certain level of achievement thanks to the previous projects. In terms of EU acquis harmonization, we have also tried to keep up with the process from the technical perspective. We received many trainings from the technical aspects as well. We learned a lot, and we also try to teach what we have learned to our counterparts as well. So we benefited from the IPA processes very much, and hopefully we will fully engage in the future process for the energy transformation. We actually approved the Paris Convention, and there are many things to do in the near future, and we would like to continue our contribution and cooperation in this respect. Thank you very much, esteemed Director General, for those explanations. You mentioned that the number of projects are increasing gradually, and our motto is that each result is a new beginning. So this has a very close relation. So thank you very much for your explanation. Now we will continue with the agriculture and urban development, the rural development sector. There is a common market economy to be established within the framework of agriculture and rural development. And in EU, there are common agricultural policy which has been implemented. The healthy food, the access to healthy food, and the revival of rural areas, and the support provided to the farmers are the main objectives of this strategy. And considering the Turkish situation, the agricultural sector is one of the significant sectors. And from the EU's perspective, there are three different pillars. We have agriculture and rural development, food safety, fishery, and we have one more pillar as well. So there are different impacts of this topic. We have social impacts, economic impacts, and all of them actually has an impact on human life. That's why all the projects are quite significant. Now I want to pass the microphone to Aydin Çağlayan Özcan, the Director General of European Union and Foreign Relations from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. And I would like to ask you how many projects you already conducted and what were the main topics of those projects. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Burcu. I have been engaged in the process for a very long time, and I was listening to Öztürk Bey, and I was actually dealing with energy sector before I started working in the Ministry of Agriculture, and I refreshed all my information and knowledge. Thank you very much for all the information. So when it comes to our projects in Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, maybe we can divide our projects into two main groups. The first one is related to the harmonization to institutional capacity and legislation. And the second group can be related to the distribution of the grant schemes. And how many projects do we have in rural developments regarding the capacity building, the institutional capacity building? I can say that we have 43 projects, and in total we had 364 million project pool. And our ministry has been merged with the Ministry of Forestry and Water Affairs, and that's why the scope of the ministry has enlarged, and we have climate change aspect, and we have one more aspect as well that we will focus on. So we have 10 more projects related to climate change, and the total budget of those projects were 36 million euro. And so I can say that more than 400 million euro budget was available, and we conducted more than 50 projects. And all those projects were related to the harmonization to legislation and improving the institutional capacity. And in addition to that, we also had another pillar related to the grant facility. We also received 1.4 billion euro grants in total, and we managed to conduct 17 different projects. And Mohammed Bey will provide detailed information about it, but I want also provide a perspective. We had 1.4 billion from IPA projects, and we also had 400 million amount for the capacity building project. And therefore, as the ministry, we actually received the support from the presidency of EU affairs, and we also are supported by the delegation, and thanks to their support we managed to conduct very successful projects, because every step that have been taken is really challenging, because you need to improve the institutional capacity, you need to distribute the grants, and you are not working at an institutional level, you are working on the field in the agricultural sector, you are in the rural area, you are on the field, and you try to manage the projects there, and that is challenging. And therefore I believe the institution, our ministry, is quite successful in this regard. And you also ask another question: what is your main successful area? You said so. The rural development is a success story for Turkey, and on the other hand, considering the main focus of Ministry of Agriculture. We have animal health, food safety and security, and we have other topics, important topics as well. And considering the scope of our project, so the veterinary studies comes first, especially the animal health comes first. We have different diseases. We have the rabies, some skin diseases, some other animal-related diseases, and in order to prevent those diseases, we need to make some studies so that you can prevent their spread. And in order to do so, we achieved very good success thanks to EU projects. Another important topic that the integrated administration and control system was established. Thanks to the IPA projects, and we had very significant projects in the past, and we still continue those projects. And thanks to those projects, we identified what is missing in the system, and we tried to close the gap. And in the near future, we will have a better implementation in this regard as well. So all in all, when you evaluate and assess all those steps and the studies, we can say that the grants provided within the scope of EPART are really important because they actually focus on the gender equality, they are climate sensitive. So we had many projects in that pillar. Esteemed Director General, I would like to thank you very much for your contribution. It is a really large sector, and you have the institutional capacity and you have the rural development, so it extends from the institution to the rural area, and you had many significant efforts in this respect. And there is another pillar, the EPART component is really important, and the EPART program and the national institutions accreditation within EPART's scope. In the EPART program was started to be implemented in Turkey, and now in 42 provinces we have EPART projects, and we have 6 priority areas. And now I want to pass the microphone to the Director of Agriculture and Rural Development Support Institution, Dr. Mohammed Atak. So could you please summarize what was in the background of your success stories?
Firstly, I would like to thank the related Director General of Ministry of Foreign Affairs who brought us here all together, and I would like to thank to the ones who found the slogan, "Every result is a new beginning." That's a great motto. When I was in primary school, I do remember that living in rural areas is a bad thing. However, then we have witnessed that situation caused certain problems that nearly no one would like to live in rural areas, and today we have the intense population in urban areas, and it is quite challenging to live in cities, and it caused certain problems in regard to living conditions, etc. And when we say every result is a new beginning, is quite important, especially if we are talking about rural development sector. I would like to thank to the Director General Bülent Bey, and I would like to thank to the representatives of Ministry of Finance and Treasury. Thank you very much for being with us in this period. It was quite difficult, and we will be going into the details. However, why it was important? We are implementing this program in 42 provinces. 25% financing is coming from state and EU funds, covers 75% of the total amount. So from EU, we can say that 650 million is coming from EU, and state contributes 25% of that amount. Though there is a fund, yes, we have financial support, and we do create a culture. We try to revive the life in rural areas. We would like to have employment in rural areas. We would like to empower women in rural areas. So we may just list all these purposes, and we will be presenting you a brief video at the end of the presentation. But our grants differ at rates of between 50% to 75%. Who would like to establish a business, who would like to just prove themselves in a sector, this is a great opportunity. 3 million euros, 500,000 euros amounts are changing. However, we do have VAT exemption as well, and these are great opportunities. As our Director General has already mentioned, now we have reached to 21 billion euros within the framework of IPA. And more than 21,000 projects have been funded, supported with these means. 7.5 billion euros have been provided as grants, and the opportunity of employment have been provided to 85,000 people. Those were lira figures, and if you calculate these in euros, those were euros, and even with the changing currency rates, it increases up to nearly 30 million Turkish lira. And surely it was not just our institution to support people. However, this framework provided us to create a project culture. We have nearly 1,400 experts who are specialized in project area, and they are working in 42 provinces in our provincial branches. And with their contributions, we do believe that we will do even better work in rural areas, and we are always trying to find better solutions, better opportunities for the upcoming years. We are in negotiation all the time. There are certain advantages of IPA, surely. There are standards of European Union, and we appreciate all of them, and those standards create certain quality level for export purposes, and it creates human resources increased potential. And of course, relevant ministries are continuing their negotiations with EU to improve the opportunities, and we have provided our grants to the beneficiaries. Young people and women has certain advantages in our evaluations. We provide higher scores for them, and within our projects, we do see that 22% of the beneficiaries are women. What does it mean? Women and young people are hugely important for the life in rural areas in order to sustain the improvement. Young people and women are the ones who contribute to the essential requirements of rural life. And in a village, for example, maybe the education level of that women is not that good. However, they do employ 25 or 30 people, for example. They have some projects that we support. And we have our regular controls over such projects all the time. Yes, producer organizations take place in our projects, and when it comes to agricultural area, they have quite successful projects as well. We do provide machinery and equipment support too. Not every farmer requires those machinery as individual ownership, but we provide it to the unions, to the organizations, and those organizations provide the opportunity to use those machineries through renting, for example. And by renting, they gain financial opportunities, but they also benefit from the opportunities of using machinery in production. Thank you. Mr. Mohammed, you have touched upon very important areas: women employment, youth employment. Indeed, program's most important contribution is that it touches to the lives of our people, and we can start the second tour, if you allow me. We will continue with Dr. Öztürk Selvitop. What were the most challenging issues in the implementation of projects? Do you find the funds efficient provided by EU? Indeed, I believe this is the common problem of everyone in the programming phase. It is quite long, and it causes the decrease of interest of beneficiaries. For example, energy monitoring and regulation institutions project was in negotiations. However, it took too long, and then they just gave up. They said, okay, we do not want to have it. For energy efficiency practices, it is the same case because we identify a requirement, a need, and then it takes too long to resolve it, because in the meantime we find a solution to that. And as institutions, as the Director General, we do coordinate it, but we do tell them, okay, do not state your current problems, but have some estimations for the future. And our aim is not to lose the validity of those ideas. And with Paris Agreement, our president has stated that there are certain goals that we need to fulfill. Everyone claims certain targets, and as the ministry, we would like to identify all those needs. This is quite dynamic, and we started to prepare our roadmaps within this framework, and sometimes it does not conclude as you wish. We are talking about nitrogen, for example, and German government has aggressive goals in regards to wind power and solar power. However, there's also claims in regard to nitrogen, but it is quite costly. And we are following up all the new technological developments, and we need to adapt our energy sector to these developments. So we are in close follow-up with the improvements. And for the IPA 3 phase, we have prepared our projects with this perspective. because now there is no specific allocated money. There is a pool, and we need to get it from there. But in the morning, our deputy minister has stated that the number allocated for Turkey is quite low. And no ministry is happy with these figures, because everyone had comprehensive studies. They had projects prepared for the future. We had also certain projects prepared, but we couldn't get the desired amount of budget. But it will not cause any negativity. We will continue our studies, and we do believe that we have done our best, and we are expecting EU to provide more contribution. And it is not just projects. We would like to have research and development focused studies. We would like to have innovative technological studies. And after learning the procedure, we can contribute to that point, so we can move forward. Mr. Director General, indeed, surely we are building capacity. We are having progress, but yes, the improvements, the developments continue all the time. Together with the Green Deal, energy issues in EU is now a hot topic for everyone's agenda. More environmental decisions will be required to fulfill all these goals, but we will see if the technology can catch up with the narrative. Thank you. And now I would like to turn to Aylin. Could you please share your gains through the projects? Thank you, Burcu. What we have gained with projects. Indeed, the gains are crucial, especially when we check agriculture and rural development sector. We have benefited quite good budgets, and also we have served many people in rural. Nearly thousands of people benefited from these projects. We have talked about all these chapters, and we are using these IPA opportunities for the harmonization of legislation. Surely, we try to build our capacity for animal health and for plant health. We have accomplished harmonization to a great extent, and we have paved the majority of the way. Actually, we have established labs, institutes, and we have managed standardization. The most important impact was seen in export figures. Export rates to EU in regard to agricultural products is at the level of 30%. Agricultural export agricultural export activities are carried with over 30 countries, and 30% for EU is a very good figure. And then again, following those standards, increase the reliability of our products by other countries. It is important to have an access to healthy food, and standardization in this sector contributed us for such figures. Yes, climate change is in the forefront as an issue. We can take certain measures to mitigate the impacts. However, food safety is another issue we need to discuss because without food there will be no life. I mean, now there is the strategy of from farm to fork is quite popular. Yes, this budget is not at the level of our expectancies. There should be an increase. The global agenda focuses on agriculture, and I would like to make a complaint. I mean, the budget allocated to agriculture and rural development have been decreased, and in IPA 3 there is no allocation, so this is a question mark for us because from now on, what will be our priority? Our priorities has changed. We have stated that climate change, we have said agriculture, food safety, and in this process with EU, it is not just our food safety, but also for EU's food safety. I think they should be supporting us. I do believe that they need to support us because in the upcoming years, there will be increase in population, and in order to provide safe food to those increased population, we need to have better implementation in agricultural sector because the capacity is already there. We need to use it much efficiently, and for this efficiency increase, everyone should be included in the process and support one another. Thank you. The 12th chapter negotiations have started, and after that point we had over 250 regulations for food hygiene, for animal welfare, the control of animal products, all were included in these revisions, and those were performed with the support of EU. So I do agree with you. In IPA 3, agriculture and rural development should be getting support from EU in order to reach that accelerated phase of improvements. Now I would like to turn back to Dr. Adak. Yes, we are experiencing this process with the impacts of pandemic, and could you please inform us about your actions in order to overcome the pandemic problems? Surely, thank you. 2020 and 2021 had certain impacts on socioeconomic aspects and other technicalities, and hopefully this period will be finalized, and we do hope that it will happen in the middle of this year. I've talked about this rural and urban area differentiations, but in this time we had certain opportunities. I mean, the chaos turned into an opportunity, especially for Turkey. In regard to sectors, we have a great potential, and we turned this into an advantage. Of course, I wish we had never experienced such a situation, but this is the case. In our country, Director General of European Union and Foreign Relations conducted certain problems. We had cold storages, and in some certain areas we have improved the studies, and we had significant investments. The preservation of food, logistics, transportation of these food, etc., were improved. I mean, we hadn't experienced any crisis in this period, and this is thanks to the contribution efforts of our ministry. We are quite proud about our studies and efforts. And in 2020 and 2021, you may see it on the screen already, we gain certain impedance here. Part 2 started in 2011, and in 2020 and 2021, the contract numbers have increased tremendously. If we had a proposal, we just had the call for proposals for a project. Why? Because there is a grant and we didn't want to lose any opportunity. Our colleagues working in 42 provinces and our colleagues working at the headquarters at the ministry in Ankara did their best. Though there was the pandemic, though some of them were sick because of COVID-19, they continued working, and indeed they did not had the mindset of a traditional public servant. They had the responsibility, they had conscience, and they worked quite hard. Now I will not be able to tell you the whole figures maybe, but let me try. The contract number that we have been granted, contracts are important. We had the call for proposals in certain periods in accordance with our budget, and we have three main budgets, 101, 103, and one is for processing and marketing, one for animal, one for plant health, and there are 16 subtitles under these. So the more we have called for proposals, the more projects we get, and we have certain experience at this point, and there is a certain pressure on us. When will you have a call for proposals? When will you do that, etc.? We have lots of phone calls. And in 2021, we had 3,200 projects, and in 2022, when they finish their documentation, we sign the contract of those projects. Indeed, in 2020, we had 2,000 contracts at the amount of 2 billion, and in 2021, we have provided 3.5 billion grants. And let's calculate the exchange rates. We have started 6.5 in 2020, and now it is nearly 15.4. 1 euro equals to 15.4 Turkish lira, and these figures just show us the amounts at the time of the payment. There are indeed lots of graphics and figures showing which sectors got how many grants, but I just thank to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Treasury and Finance in the beginning. We have created a flexibility with the contributions of them in regard to exchange rates. We have provided 15 to 19% flexibility for the rates. And in between the dates of call and signature date, we have provided the difference of amount. Normally, we get the papers physically. There should be VAT signatures. However, we have provided another facility for people to submit their documents electronically. We provided advance payments in order to encourage them for their projects. Both Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Treasury and Finance supported us, and with the contribution of the Director General in Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, created opportunities to them. We have another topic. In every 3 years, you need to use the whole budget of the, for example, in 2020, we need to use all the budget of 2017. In 2021, we need to use all the budget of 2018. And surely with the increase in fluctuations in the exchange rate, there were certain differences in the budget. Let's assume that you have a contract with the investors with the amount of 100,000 euro, and there is a certain period in between the call and signature. And if there's a difference, an increase in exchange rate, the Ministry of Treasury deducted not 100,000 euros, but they calculated, and let's assume that it was 75,000 euros. And we stated that we will never waste any budget, any funds. We will get benefit from every single penny. This is our motto also. And our team is working quite hard to get use of all these opportunities. By saying our team, I'm referring to Agriculture and Rural Development Support Institutions members. And we have provided employment to over 13,000 people in recent years. Our minister has announced that a couple of days ago. Now we will have this program to provide grants at the percentages of 55 to 65, and the amount will be 500,000 for individuals. And now I'm concluding my speech here with a video. Thank you. That you can see on the screen. I believe we have used our time quite efficiently. We wanted to have questions and answers part, but we need to just conclude the meeting session here. So last words, please. Thank you very much. We will be focusing on the next stages. The missing points in the past will be identified as the ministry, as the institutions. We will identify all those. And with the contribution of delegation and EU, we will get benefit from the limited amounts that have been allocated to us. So thank you. Aile, I would like to repeat one thing. Yes, EU membership is a strategic priority for us, and in this regard, as Ministry of Forestry and Agriculture, we are working on the field to get the maximum benefit from the funds. And in this regard, I would like to thank the EU, and I would like to thank the EU delegation to Turkey, who made it possible for us to get use of such funds. And I would like to thank the Directorate of European Union Relations, who never leave us alone while we are working on our projects. Thank you. And in the very same manner, I would like to thank you for the opportunity. It is such a pleasure for me to be with such a designated audience. Thank you. And I would like to thank you in the face of project preparation and implementation. You were with us, and today you have participated, you have contributed. Thank you so much for everything. One thanks goes to from me to you, actually. Let's have a family photo together before ending the speech. Could you please just hold your breath for a second, and without your mask, we will have a photo.
Hem moderatörümüze hem panelistlerimize çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Both to the moderators and to our panelists, I would like to thank you, and we concluded the session here.
Konuşmalarla geçen bir gün.
So now we will have a very short coffee break for 10 minutes. And after the coffee break, we will start the last panel session. In order not to be delay, in order not to have any delay in the program, please be ready after 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Say. Deneme prova. Say. Deneme prova. Ses deneme, ses kontrol. Ses deneme, ses prova, ses. Hey. Oradan
S.
yazar. Var ya.
Ses deneme, ses kontrol.
Say. Deneme prova. Ses deneme, ses prova, ses 1, 2, 3. Say hey, prova deneme.
Kıymetli misafirler, bir kere daha hoş geldiniz. Günün son...
Esteemed guests, I would like to welcome you all once again. So this is the final session of today, and we are going to discuss the result-oriented achievements in multi-annual sectors. And now for the second time, I kindly invite Cemre Güzel from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as the director from the Directorate for EU Affairs, and she is the head of Monitoring and Evaluation Department, and she will be the monitor of this session. And now I'm going to invite our panelists to this session. Laurent Gurkinger from the delegation of the European Union to Turkey, and he is the Deputy Head of Economic and Social Development Section. And the second panelist is from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Süreyya Erkan. She is the head of European Union and Financial Assistance Department. And the third panelist is Dr. Ismail Raji Bayar from the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, and he is the head of EU Investments Department. And the final panelist is Mr. Nedim Yeşil from the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure, and he is the head of Department for EU Investments. And I also kindly invite Ahmet Alperen Sakara from the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change to the floor, and he is the head of EU Investments Department. Now I want to pass the microphone to our moderator, and I wish you a very successful panel session. Thank you very much. So this is the final panel of the day. And I know you are all very tired, but we are going to discuss the achievements of multi-annual sectors. And this is the apple of the eye of the IPA family. And for the multi-annual sectors, I can say that it's one of the most important aspects. In the first IPA period, we were focusing on the multi-annual sectors, and in the second IPA project, we included them, the social policies, employment, and these are the main sectors included in the operational programs. And under these 4 operational programs, we organized our projects in the relevant institutions. Within the scope of our Rome project, the multi-annual programs of IPA 2 was under monitoring activity. And within this framework, we had 43 projects, and 43 projects were monitored by Rome. And we had 10 projects from the first period of IPA, and we had consecutive monitoring for these 10 projects. Before we proceed to the institutions, I want to pass the microphone to the delegation.
Because you are very recent, very new to the IPA family. So I would like to welcome to the EU delegation and also to the multi-annual program sector. So from the delegation perspective, first of all, I would like to ask you about the impact of relevant programs in your sector, how the delegation sees them. Can you just give us an overview from your perspective? And as in particular with a monitoring perspective, where do you see the improvements? Where do you see the satisfaction points? Can you please just explain to us? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very pleased to sit here this afternoon with my main interlocutors for the work. And I will start then also to state why is the importance of a ROM in the monitoring and evaluation toolbox of the EU-Turkish cooperation. For us, it's important because it's an instant photography of the project. We see how it developed and what are the main characteristics. It complements the EU or the country monitoring, and it's less heavy than an evaluation contract. Also, in terms of a site, of point of view, it gives us an objective view of the contract. Not our view, not the view of the implementers, but an external point of view. And the systematization of the methodology allows us to compare projects from one to the other. Also, the qualification, putting scores to different criteria, allows a general view of the sector. So it's a very interesting tools, and it's an element of the pyramid of the monitoring that we are doing on the EU-Turkey cooperation, with on top of this the sector monitoring committees, and higher the IPA monitoring committees. So I will go through the four sectors that we are dealing with today, and also our section in EU delegation is especially dealing with. And I will start with the environment sector. The expected impact in the environment sector is mainly the implementation of EU water, waste and nature legislation, a general improvement of water quality and supply, and also an overall support to climate adaptation. In terms of impact, then, on a broader perspective, then it comes to the legislation. A majority of environment and climate change legislation is EU-driven. And we can say today that a large part of this EU legislation is either already translated or transposed in Turkey, or is about to be. I can give here some examples of transposed directive: the EU Water Framework Directive, the Flood Directive, the Noise Reduction Directive, and for chemicals, the REACH Directive. On the ongoing programs related to IPA 2, the implementation is only midway, but the progress is in general very good, and we have only few problematic programs that we monitor closely. We cannot now measure impacts, but we can already announce the soon completion of two wastewater treatment plants, Kastamonu and Şırnak. We will now contribute to the implementation of the EU Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive in Turkey. As you asked specifically also on the point of view of monitoring the project and improvement that can be given to this sector, I would say that on the positive side, that the Rome results indicate in general a good ownership of the project at the beneficiary side. As well, they demonstrate ability to adapt to emerging risks like we are facing now, the COVID pandemic. However, as with the other sectors, there is a general weakness in the log frames, in particular regarding the indicators and baseline information. This makes it difficult to measure progress along the way. The results of institutional capacity building projects are more difficult to achieve. More time is needed, of course, for legislative and policy change. And so I invite for a strong support for policymakers to deliver results and impact. Regarding infrastructure, as I could have witnessed this myself visiting sites, I would say there is a need of better, stronger cooperation of the different actors: the constructor, the supervisor, but also the municipality, which is the end beneficiary, and also water supply, treatment, or companies inside. I will now move to the competitiveness sector. In terms of objective, the expected impact of this sector, of course, is to increase competitiveness and productivity of the private sector and ensure the green and digital transition of the Turkish industry and to enable an innovation-driven economy. Regarding the main impact that we can see now, I would say that we got in operation a number of common use facilities, such as digital innovation and research centers, pilot plants. The latest example of opening is the Independent project. That's Independent is the name. It's about carbon negative biorefinery for alga production, and it's in Istanbul. Then also second important impact is the huge consultancy support provided to researchers, small and medium enterprises, startups, public institutions, municipalities, big companies, university, etc., to apply to European Union program, names like Horizon 2020, which is finishing, and a new one, which is Horizon Europe and COSME. Regarding the monitoring, I would just raise 2 points, and the points of improvement is first is about the sustainability of the established centers in the most important aspect of competitivity and innovation projects. Like the common use facility I just named, most projects have established common platform, common laboratory, center of excellence, digital innovation center, etc. These centers rely on the revenues, rent, membership fees, etc., coming from the small and medium enterprise, the startups, and the entrepreneur benefiting from the facility. So it's extremely important for the future that their sustainability is ensured with the ownership and the interest of private sector, and that they have sound business plan for the management. Second point I wanted to raise is about time. Time is essential element of project planning and implementation, and it's needed for preparation of this high-tech infrastructure of research and development, technology and digitalization project and procurement. And this time is underestimated. So there is a need for improving the tendering and the implementation process of this contract in order to ensure smooth procurement and swift project implementation. Now the third sector I want to highlight is the one of human resource development. The human resource development operative program activities are aiming at the positive transformation in 3 huge policy areas. I name employment, education, and social inclusion. The purpose is to address inequalities faced by the most vulnerable group in Turkey, such as low level of women participation at the labor market, youth unemployment, and unregistered unemployment. In terms of impact, the impact of these activities of the program are quite visible, although of a limited scales in comparison to the actual needs. And if I go more in details of the impact, I would say that the primary impact has been keeping vulnerable people in the labor market through job generation. Also, these activities supporting the girls' education have generated an increased awareness and institutional learning. In concrete terms, we have managed through the project to have 11,000 girls continue their secondary education, 2,500 early school leaver children have been reintegrated. Around 40,000 families were individually visited to persuade to send their daughters to school. Another impact also is that through financial support to the vocational qualification authorities, the certification cost of more than 32,000 persons were covered. In terms of management of the project and improvement, I would give as a point of real satisfaction that all these projects in this sector were well aligned with EU-Turkey cooperation strategies. And there is, in general, a very strong beneficiary commitment and ownership. And despite COVID-19 challenges, projects have made noticeable progress. As regarding improvement, I would say that many interventions do not employ a gender-sensitive approach, and sex disaggregated data are not systematically collected. Awareness-raising activities are still needed to better promote the operational program among general public. And the contractors should systematically be required to develop a sustainability and exit strategy. If you have a little bit of patience, I will finish now. Yeah. Yeah, I prefer because it makes more sense that I go all over. So I finish now with the transport sector. The overall objective of EU cooperation in transport sector is to align the policies and legislation of Turkey with a view to improve safety, accessibility, competitiveness, and quality of the infrastructure and service provided in the sector. This covers interoperability and intermodality of national networks, as well as connection with the trans-European networks. It covers also sustainable urban mobility planning in order to support the transformation of urban space into greener and climate-friendlier places. In terms of the main results of IPA 1, I would name in terms of infrastructure in railroad, the 866 kilometers of railway route that has been rehabilitated and modernized, and a new line of 160 kilometers is under implementation. Also to underline is the alignment level of the Turkish transport legislation in the aviation, maritime, land transport and railway reached in considerable levels complying with the EU acquis. Also, safety performance and quality of the Turkish maritime fleet that has been increased. In terms of project learned, in project monitoring, lessons learned and improvement, I would say that cross-cutting issues like gender equality and climate change are not considered in the program design at the start in sufficient detail, and both program and project indicators should be updated and improved accordingly. In terms of the impact of the investments project, they are not as high as expected. Massive infrastructure investments in railway, as we have done, need to be complemented with availability of sufficient rolling stocks for utilizing the full potential of these investments. For example, capacity utilization of the Ankara-Istanbul high-speed line and Samsun-Kalen railway line are still much lower than what has been planned. Visibility and communication does sometimes not receive enough attention. from the contracting authority and the beneficiary. Producing promotional material and putting signboard, etc. is not enough. A clear communication strategy has to be established by the project and followed by the contracting authority. We are working with the Ministry of Transport on that subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Loren. Aslında Loren izleme
Actually, starting from the monitoring achievements, Laurent also mentioned about the rooms for improvement, and he delivered very main messages regarding every sector. And I believe other panelists will talk about the similar issues as well. Thank you very much for your contribution. And now we will continue with the next panelist, Süreyya Erkam from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Could you please give us brief information regarding your achievement in the multi-annual sectors in your institution? Thank you very much, Cemre Güzel, for inviting us here, and I would like to greet you on behalf of myself and my ministry. We are quite happy to be a part of this important and significant event. Considering the Ministry of Labor and Social Security and the Department of EU and Financial Assistance Department is one of the department in our ministry. This department was accredited in 2012, and since 2012 we are actually acting as the program authority. As you already mentioned, we are responsible for a very extended operation field, and within that program we are responsible for employment, education, and social policies. We are responsible for preparing the projects and their implementation, from their monitoring, supervision processes. We are all responsible for their technical aspects and their financial aspects. And there are some financial funds provided by the EU, and our department plays a very critical role. And there are some other chapters where our ministry is directly or indirectly responsible for, and our department is responsible for the overall coordination. Regarding the IPA programs, it actually occupies almost 80% of our work, and sometimes it occupies almost 90% of our total work. In 2019-2020, we have been conducting our sectoral operational program, but this program also refers to the first period of IPA, which was important regarding the human resources improvement, and our program is a kind of continuation of that IPA first IPA programs. And we have supported 35 operations in total since the very beginning of IPO program, and under these 35 programs we have 936 project contracts which were all successfully conducted. And we have touched upon 800,000 people's life within the scope of our projects. I would like to give you some basic figures, actually, some fundamental figures. In the first IPA period, we actually had touched the life of more than 30,000 disabled citizens. We provided rehabilitation services for those citizens, and we also provided contribution to 7,000 people so that they can join the labor market, and 30,000 of them were women. And thanks to our contributions, almost 20,000 people had their own startups. And regarding the education, we actually provided more than 10,000 girls to have an access to their schools. Actually, all those data are quite important for us. But these are actually beyond numbers, because everyone has its own story behind it, and we are quite happy to be a part of those success stories. And thanks to this motivation, now we are managing IPA 2 period, and we will continue in IPA 3 period with the same sensitivity. So in the IPA 2 period, we have been managing actually 323 million euro, and there are new operations, and 136 projects have been implemented, managed, and monitored and evaluated. And while conducting all those events, we actually make use of our experiences that we achieved in the first IPA period, and we committed ourselves to the contracts that we had in IPA programs. And as of December 2021, our ownership ratio is around 91% for the previous projects, and hopefully in the second half of 2022 we are going to reach our target, which is 100% ownership in our project. And IPA 3 period will cover 2021 to 2027, and we are going to run that programs in coordination of EU delegation to Turkey, and we have completed our annual program work for 2022, and we have already initiated official progress for the annual program for 2023. Thank you very much.
And now, in regard to environment and climate action, we will be turning to the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. Could you please inform us in regard to IPA 1, IPA 2 phases, and what have you gained through the projects? Thank you. As you do know, there are 6 accredited IPA units. 4 of them are here. You have hosted TKDK in the previous session, and there will be the 6th representative tomorrow. And by taking the opportunity, I would like to thank the National IPA coordinator for hosting this organization. As it could be understood from our title, we are working in regard to environment, urbanization and climate change. So we are responsible from environmental and climate action projects. So in summary, if there is going to be a project about environment and climate change, and if there will be funds from IPA, then all stakeholder contributions should be coordinated by our department. In 2011, 22nd of January, we were accredited. So in a couple of days, we will be celebrating our anniversary of accreditation. For the years between 2007 to 2013, we had the Environmental Operational Package program. Nearly 6 million euros budget have been used. 6 million euros were contributed by EU and 100 million contributed by the state. And we have managed technical assistance project, waste management projects in this scope. And by the way, there are 2 main titles for those projects: investment for drinking water, for waste management, for solid waste management, we had the investment projects, and there is the second type of projects in which the personnel of ministry is the beneficiary actually. Capacity building activities have been performed on the other hand. Yes, we have implemented a project package with the amount of 700 million euro, but we have applied to European Commission with projects at the amount of 1 billion euros. And our colleague has stated that there are certain wasted budgets in IPA, etc. Though this was a misunderstanding, and by taking the opportunity, I would like to highlight one thing. Surely there could be certain fund losses, though it is not desired, and we put lots of efforts in order not to experience it. But yes, EU provided funds, and people think that we couldn't provide any projects to get use of these budgets. We have submitted the projects, and the aggravated amount was 1 billion euros. This was the reason behind this was to be on the safe side in order not to lose any opportunity. Indeed, that ex-ante system caused this issue. We need to have approvals beforehand, and we can't take any step without the approval of EU, and these allocated budgets are not allocated as bulk. There are yearly spending programs, and if you cannot spend the money on that particular year, then you lose the opportunity. And a multi-annual program, multi-annual sectors do not experience losses, actually. I mean, we are doing everything that we need to do. And we have completed the project package with 37 projects. 7 of them were technical assistance, capacity building projects, and 30 of the projects had the beneficiaries as municipalities. Municipalities were the beneficiaries of that. And we had integrated water treatment projects. We had 16 wastewater treatment projects, for example. And in total, as a consequence of those projects, we had 24 wastewater treatment facilities. We had 53 pumping stations, and we had water storage tanks established within the scope of the project. And in order to realize all these figures, I would like to provide you an example. I stated that there are water tanks established within the scope of project, and this refers to the size of 22 Olympic pools, actually. And as the last thing, we have established wastewater collector pipelines, and it was 1,200 meters long. In 25 different provinces, we have included 44 municipalities. We are talking about 30 investment projects and talking about 44 municipalities. How could it be possible? Because solid waste projects included more than one municipality. And in this 30 investment project in 25 provinces and working with 44 municipalities, we have provided infrastructure services to our citizens at the standards of EU. And for the regional distribution, 9%, Mediterranean region, 9%, Aegean region, 9%, East Anatolia, and 7% Marmara region. The list goes on, and if you may, I may continue with IPA 2 phase. Let me remind you this figure. I've stated that in IPA 1 we have make investments at the amount of 700 million euros. 600 million euro grant was coming from EU. 100 million euro was used in solid waste, and the rest was distributed to capacity building and drinking water. In between 2014 to 2020, in IPA 2, the name of the project was the Climate Action, Climate Operational Action. So climate change has become the priority. We have started with this excitement because our scope was extended. We had environmental and climate action operations. Before changing the name of the ministry, we have changed the scope at the ministry, actually. And 657 million euros of EU funds used in this phase. And when we add the national contribution, as you do know, in IPA, nearly none of the projects were realized with the 100% grant programs. The ratio is 85% to 15%, and indeed we contribute with 6% as a national contribution. 85% were contributed by EU, and 6% were granted by the ministry, and project beneficiaries contribute with the percentage of 9%. And then again, İlbank provides long-term, easily payable loans are provided to these people who will be the beneficiaries of such projects. I mean, when we start the process with 657 million euros, we have decided to have a total budget of 750 million euros by including our contributions and loans. However, even in the programming phase, there were certain cuts, significant cuts, and the grant decreased to nearly 350 million euros. I mean, half of them were lost, and this was a troubling situation because in the beginning we are preparing a package exceeding the allocated budget, even in order to be on the safe side for the applicable projects. And then our package, half of that package turned into something that we cannot implement at all because we lost the half of the budget. And you know, the implementation phases are quite long when it comes to climate projects. One potential beneficiary applies to us. And from that application to the realization of the project, it takes nearly 10 years. So 4 years, they need to follow up all the progress closely. And when we had the budget cut, we were with a population, a group of people who were doing their follow-ups for nearly 5 years already. And we had to say that we are so sorry you cannot realize your projects with IPA funds. And we handed their projects over, and we suggested them to find another alternative way for their projects. You may have the potential question of what were the most challenging issues for you in the project preparation. And yes, the most challenging phase was the explanation of that budget cut. And the moment that we try to maximize the benefit of those funds. Drinking water component decrease, the grant rate, and we refer to municipalities once again. They try to focus on wastewater, not drinking water. And to some, we said, okay, we cannot implement your project at all. To some, we demanded certain revisions on their projects in order to just adjust the budget. We asked them to resize, reprogram their projects. I believe in 2017 or 18, we had the cut. And we had a revision. However, the remaining budget was successfully and efficiently used. 21 infrastructure projects are in the pool of IPA 2 pool. So in IPA 1, we have implemented 30 infrastructure projects with the double budget. Surely there is a decrease because of the budget decreases. 21 infrastructure projects and 15 capacity building technical assistance projects are in our program. They are being implemented. So there are in total 36 projects. With the completion of infrastructure projects till the end of 2026, we will provide environmental infrastructure facility to nearly 3 million people. In IPA 1, we have provided that opportunity to 9 million people. By adding up those two phases to 9 million people, we will be able to provide the EU standard environmental infrastructure opportunity. And our unit, since the accreditation date, we didn't see 100 people. We didn't have 100 people, personnel at the unit at all. We worked with 75 people at max. And with that limited personnel, we have mediated that huge budgets, and we have successfully implemented these projects. So I would like to thank my team for their contribution and intense work. Let me just conclude my speech here. I don't want to take much of your time. Thank you. You have actually answered some of my questions even. Those fund cuts are the bleeding wounds of all of us. And yes, we are just mentioning about that from time to time. But I will continue with Alperen Sarkaya. Energy efficiency is a huge field, and what have we done so far? Could you please inform us? Thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank to the IPA, thank to you to bring IPA family together. I believe we are like a family, and we come together from time to time. However, because of the pandemic, we couldn't find chance to see each other. So this is such an opportunity to be with all of you today. As the program, yes, we are conducting a very challenging one. We are talking about production sector, innovation, research and development, joint use centers, etc. And we have many actors, universities, foundations, development agencies. And there are nearly thousands of potential actors that we work together. And when we evaluate IPA 2, we are supporting 88 projects at the moment. 46 of them were supported in the first phase, and in the new term, there are 42 projects. And in total, we had the fund at the amount of 520 million for the first phase and 260 million euros for the second phase. And when it comes to research and development, innovation, and this ecosystem, they create their own atmosphere and opportunities. In the first phase, we supported projects in 43 provinces. Relatively less developed provinces were selected in Turkey, and those were generally traditional sectors. We made it possible for the final users to get benefit from beneficiaries from natural stones to furniture, from food sector to other areas. We have implemented many projects. But on the other hand, we had breakthrough projects. Licensed storages were quite new in that area. For example, for nuts, for flour, we had licensed storage facilities. And with different actors, we had multiple projects. And we created people to have opportunities to provide employment. And as a Ministry of Industry, we are not directly involved in tourism. However, we provide a certain opportunity to some people in Göbekli Tepe, for example. We contributed to the coverage of it, and nearly 10 million euro were allocated to tourism-related projects. We had financial tool projects, and we are talking about 8 million euros. One was one project at the amount of 8 million euro created a potential of 900 million euros. Actually, it created its own cluster, so created its own opportunities for other people. And for the first time, research and development technology area was a promising area, and people understood the promising future. Technology Transfer Fund was created, and under that fund there were two different funds providing assistance to people. We have supported 65 initiatives. I would like to talk about the Smart Drug initiative. With that initiative, in 3 years, nearly 10 million euro value increase have been observed. And there was one project bought by Amazon, and we have created an ecosystem bringing people together in innovative projects. So, in our projects, we try to create ecosystems bringing people together to create synergies for the benefit of those sectors. First, carbon neutral refinery of the world have been created. I mean, independent have been mentioned. Those refineries are quite important, and Turkish Airlines is involved in this grand transition projects with that 1,000-ton fuel, a green fuel. They will be contributing to the carbon goals of our country. We are working with TÜBİTAK on one hand, and in textile sector, for example, for digital transformation, we have certain projects and technical assistance projects to exist. For house appliances, we have transformation projects. We realize that IPA 3 has a digital transformation and climate change in its agenda, and IPA 2 was the preparation phase for this moment. Within the scope of Green Deal, we have certain projects that can act in line with the goals of Green Deal. Increase in the budget is quite important for us, as you can appreciate. As Turkey, nearly half of our exports and imports are realized with the EU, and EU's contribution to Turkey could be much visible through these funds. We shouldn't keep the amounts low, but we should get a benefit from these funds to the maximum in order to contribute to Turkey, contribute to the goals of EU as well. And when we add up all those things, yes, we are performing greatly, and in every sector there are tremendous work. Some projects are much visible, much recognized by people. Though we are a part of IPA family, even there are some people who hear about existing projects newly. So we need to make them visible. That's for sure. And now I would like to leave the floor to Nedim. This is my destiny to talk as the last speaker of every session, actually. Esteemed Director General, esteemed participants, I would like to welcome you all on behalf of my ministry. When we check Rome results, as Laurent has stated, yes, there is a need to explain the program in detail. And for the transportation operational program, we will be giving you detailed information. What are the main activities of our ministry? What are the gains as a consequence of our collaboration with EU? What will we do? I will try to summarize all those things. As you do know, our ministry transportation is at the center of human lives, and that's why transportation is described as multi-layered, and multi tools are available. I mean, when we say multi-layered, from the daily plans of people to the trade activities in between countries, all related to transportation. Every day we just leave our houses. Sometimes we do use our own vehicles. Sometimes we use public transportation to have our commute. The choice of vehicle, the choice of transportation type is also about the possibilities. If you can just have a walk and use subway for the purpose of reaching your work, then this is just thanks to the opportunities provided by the authorities and the establishment of factories. Where will you have the choose of a place is important, and transportation means plays an important role for that identification of the factory place. For example, in Zonguldak, there are factories and they were located in certain places where the transportation means are advanced. And also from London to China, there is a long railroad, and we have just completed that long railroad with the completion of Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Turkey railway construction. We are in the focus of trade routes, and we can get the maximum benefit from this location if we have the right transportation means. And as being all aware of these facts, the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure identifies its actions and strategic goals in accordance with the global trends and requirements of the country. As our President states, EU is one of our strategic allies. Though in the recent times, unfortunately, we couldn't get much advances in our relations, but we try to keep our collaboration and work together with EU in an ally matter. So this financial assistance collaboration, IPA, process is quite important for us. For 20 years, we have a financial collaboration relation with EU, and within this regard, at this point, we have 8 ongoing projects, and in the pipeline, there are 13 projects. We have started our projects with EU by strengthening the maritime transportation. Then after, from capacity building to smart transportation, we had lots of projects. And before IPA, we had implemented projects which were stated in the White Book of EU. The transportation network integration goal also was on our agenda, and we have focused on that integration by completing certain works with our own means. It is important for us to have a holistic approach and a comprehensive, inclusive, and accessible transportation was on our agenda since the beginning. With IPA funds, we just support our goals and strategies. Our ministry take a leading role here, and we had urban transportation plans prepared for every single part of our country. From year to year, we had certain differences, but transportation investments compose nearly one-third of the whole budget of the country. So this is such a huge sector. And while talking about EU wins, we need to create a different perspective by taking the size of the field. Our country's strategy and plans acted in line with EU's agenda, and in our efforts for the accession to EU process, we do believe that our studies are in good harmony with EU agenda.
Başarılarla pekişen bir etkileşim içinde ilerlediğini ifade edebiliriz.
Then again, we can state that our activities are successfully being implemented within line of EU recent current policies in transportation. Sustainable and smart mobility policy was also in line with our activities. I mean, we can see the harmony in between our country's policies and strategies and EU's strategy. Two biggest cities of country, Istanbul and Ankara, are also connected with our contribution in a project which was funded by EU. At this point, Halkalı Kapıkule railway line and also Çerkezköy railway line had the title of having the biggest fund from EU among all other candidate countries. And it symbolizes Turkey's direct connection to EU, actually, by having an access to Bulgaria. With proud, I would like to state that so far our project was awarded in two categories. One of them is in between Eurasia Strategic Infrastructure meeting. It was awarded as the year's inspiring project in 2019, and in 9th of December 2020 it was awarded as the contract project of the year.
For construction of the Cherkezköy-Kapıkule section of the Halkali-Kapıkule railway line project in Turkey. Many congratulations. The judges for this one were particularly impressed that this significant project demonstrated key aspects of biodiversity and also the use of the FIDIC contract in promoting sustainability, which they thought was an important factor on such a high-profile project.
Başkanım.
Thank you, Sir Vivian. And so, to our next award.
Evet, başkanın sözleri.
The project activities conducted in the most intensive sectors. We received this award actually, thanks to the efforts. Now, in those areas, we take all necessary precautions in order to preserve the endemic species. And here on the photos and the video, you can see the endangered species and the bird species. And our teams work on the area to protect those species as well. And also, we identified a new species of cats which are also endangered. And this is one of the main contributions in the biodiversity studies. In addition to that, during the excavation process, we also identified the land methodology, and we strengthen the land area by using different methods. And our construction projects are also in harmony with the EU legislation, and we will continue our projects in line with the natural preservation principles. Çerkezköy-Kapıkule project occupies most of the funds, but the rest of the funds will be used for new projects as well. Regarding sustainable urban plan, we have cycling path and also smart transportation services. And we are going to support those projects on the local basis. And In summary, all the projects that we conducted with EU, including capacity building and improving the infrastructure, all those projects contributed a lot to the daily life of our citizens, and they also added value to the national situation. And also the international tools and management created a huge human sources, and the capacity of human sources is not only limited to program authorities, but we also contributed to the knowledge and the information for the project management team as well. I also would like to highlight an important point. As the transportation sector, we have started from scratch to use the EU funding. We have three major railway infrastructure projects, and all those three projects were conducted in line with EU standards and international contracts and its framework. And in Cherkezköy projects, our performance in IPA2 process was quite successful. And most importantly, in the near future, this actually shows us what we can further achieve in the near future. As the Ministry of Transportation, we gained momentum thanks to our experiences in the past projects, and we are going to make all the plannings necessary for IPA3. European Green Deal and the Paris Convention are the main basis and referral points for our project work, and establishing infrastructure for transportation and providing full access to the transportation services and using green energy in transportation will create a difference in the future services. And the harmonization will be one of the main novelties in the new IPA period. And EU funds will be used together with the credit loans, and this will give us more opportunities. Most infrastructure projects was conducted thanks to international funds in our ministry, and we are going to adapt to the new IPA3 process as well. The projects which are presented to EU Commission, we occupy very important place. As the program authorities who are conducting multi-annual sectoral projects, we believe we will have better achievements in the future. IPA3 program has initiated before the legislation, and we have COVID-19 pandemic. That's why in the initial years we had annual programs, but in the near future the current program authorities will start managing multi-annual programs, and I believe that will be more beneficial. Actually, we think that all the funds provided by EU is not sufficient enough to reach all our objectives. And the funds which are allocated to transport sector are completely used in the projects, and we believe we can manage higher funds in the project. And regarding the decisions, the transport sector is highly important, and it needs to be supported as one of the main objectives of IPA. Therefore, our world has been changing and improving, and the transportation is becoming a big need for everyone. And considering the geographical condition of Turkey, we need to make more investment cooperation in the area. That's why all the financial assistance allocated to Turkey needs to be increased in line with the common objectives of Turkey and EU. Our synergy that we created with EU and the European Commission has contributed a lot to our achievements, and our performance is a kind of evidence for our future steps and future success, and we believe that we can do more with the support of international bodies. So by concluding my words, I would like to thank all the representatives of IPA programs and the EU institutions. So thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you very much, Nedim Bey, for explaining transport sector from a very broadened perspective. You have summarized your achievements in a very detailed manner. So I would like to pass the microphone to Süreyya Erkan for employment sector. You mentioned that you have supported almost 800,000 citizens, and you said that these are not just the numbers, but every one of them is a success story. And I want to ask you, what was the project that impressed you the most, and what was the project which is actually touching the lives of the vulnerable groups and the disabled and the women and girls? Could you please give us more information about those projects and your achievements in the social policies and employment? Thank you very much. When you ask me the question first, I actually talk about some figures and numbers, but let me explain more. 9 million euro is almost the total budget, and we conducted almost 1,000 different projects. And these are really serious numbers. And by taking this opportunity, I would like to thank my team, because as a manager, as a director, I attach great importance to the teamwork. And thank you very much, because we devoted ourselves to those works, and we worked really hard without saying day and night. So we were in contact with Cemre Güzel for many times, because those seminars are quite important for us, so that we can share our experiences, because during our daily life we most of the time focus on the small details, and we forgot to have a look at the bigger picture. That's why this type of seminars is really important, because it gives us the overview of what has been achieved. So I would like to say that all our projects touched the lives of many people, and the EU funds make a contribution to the transformation of people's life, and we are making use of those funds actually to transform the lives of the citizens, and we have many success stories. So we had a project for girls so that they can continue their education, and their successful stories were on the media all the time, because they had many awards. They were the winners of the sports champions, and they were the award winners in different competitions. We also focus on disabled citizens and try to provide an employability for them. And we also make many important investments for the vulnerable groups, and we offer vocational trainings to them. And those people who participated in vocational trainings can manage to start up their own business, and they not only start up their own business, but they become a source of employment for other people as well. So right now, at the moment, we have many projects, ongoing projects, and the main target group of our projects is the women. Almost 1/3 of our major funds are used for women. Let me give you more example. We are using some terminology in the literature, and in order to make our projects more visible, I'm going to share the full title of our project. We have InstaCare project, and the InstaCare project is about the supporting the women's employment in the registered economy, and we are providing support for more than 20,000 women who have a child between the age of 0 to 60 months. And we also provide kindergarten support to those mothers, and we provide employability for them. We have another project which is shortly called Educare, and we have 130 million euro budget for that project. And within the scope of that project, we are focusing on the babies between the age of 0 to 36 months old, and we are supporting their care both at home and at the kindergartens, so that the mothers can engage in the labor market. And also the caregivers will be working with a pension and also and insurance. I am a mother as well, and I know the main important responsibility of a working mother is to take care of their babies, and I had the same experience actually. And the most important thing here is that when it comes to establish a balance in your work life and in your family life, it is becoming more challenging for women. So in our projects, we pay attention to this situation so that women can still continue their work at the labor market, and they also can provide care for their children. So we actually support registered employability for women with children. And today I'm going to share it for the first time here. On February the 16th, we will have an opening ceremony for another project that we actually conduct with the Social Security institution. This is the Women Up project. The Women Up project will address 4,000 women entrepreneurship, and we will provide salary support to 4,000 women entrepreneurs so that they can support their employees, women employees especially, so that we can provide a sustainability for women. Those are the projects where women can directly benefit from. But on the other hand, we also have disadvantaged groups who have difficulty to access to education. And our children and young people are the guarantee of future for us. Therefore, especially the children of families whose socioeconomic situation is low, in our projects we also support them so that we can improve the employability for young people and their children in the future. We also have different projects in order to establish a different education system where everyone can benefit at different levels. And within the scope of our sectoral operational program, we have been targeting more than 360,000 students so that we can provide stationary support for them. And we also have different projects that we provide direct cash assistance to the children as well. And in addition to that, for students who need special education, are also taken into consideration so that the quality of current curriculum could be improved. And the education curriculums are really important in this respect. And also the diversity of education materials plays an important role in the quality of education. That's why we will continue providing support in this respect. And we also talk about the cash transfer project, and within the first IPA progress, we provided support to 600,000 students in total. We all know that the impact of educational support is really significant. And we also need to focus on early childhood periods if you need to improve the education, because early childhood education and training services are quite critical, and there are disadvantaged groups who have limited access or almost no access to education. And we also continue our projects. This project is called ECE project, ECE project, and in this project we try to provide early childhood education, and we would like to improve the services for that. What we are going to do in this project? First of all, we will establish kindergartens in certain regions where kindergartens are not available. We will also have container kindergartens in those regions, and in the future we will transform those container kindergartens into the concrete ones so that they will be sustainable in those neighborhoods. We have 3,000 disadvantaged children, and all of them will be served with certain kits. And within those kits, there will be different materials, education materials, so that we can support children's cognitive development and physical development. And by doing so, we will help children make use of their full potential.
Şimdi tabii özellikle bu eğitim alanı, kayıtlı kadın istihdamının arttırılması bizim en önemli aksiyonlarımızdan bir
And
tanesi.
improving the registered employment opportunities for women is really important for us, and also supporting the education for children is also important. And I also would like to give you some more information about the labor market. In the projects that we support, we prepare individuals for employability, and we also improve the services in the labor market so that the employers can offer better services. And there is another important issue here. We also support healthy and strong occupational area. In the IPA 1 process, we had some projects actually for capacity building and improving the infrastructure of the institutions. Because most importantly, we need to have strong institutions. If you have strong institutions, you can support the project. And the progress reports by EU is really important, and our projects in occupational health and safety were quite successful. The main project for improving the occupational health and safety was started in 2004 in Turkey. And thanks to that project, we managed to purchase some lab materials, and we established a good system for occupational health and safety. And in addition to that, mining, metal, and construction sectors are the main sectors where we have high risk of occupational health and safety. And thanks to our projects, we aim to improve the conditions there. And thanks to those projects, we also make our legislation in compliance with the EU acquis, so that we can have a better implementation. And in the EU's progress reports, there are many success stories about those projects.
Yes, we have prepared our national legislation in the previous stage, but in this one we will be focusing on implementation. Why? Through having increased awareness in the employees, we will realize all these goals, and it is as important as the legislation preparation. At this point, we are conducting projects in regard to occupational health and safety. 645 employers and thousands of employees will be included in the trainings. 1,100 people will get benefit from raising awareness activities. 1,000 mine workers and also students will be in our target group to provide trainings as well. And in organized industrial zones, universities, and non-governmental organizations, vocational high schools and also stakeholders, industrial stakeholders, will be within our scope for the trainings. We are conducting a component focusing on mining, chemicals, dangerous waste. Problems will be solved through this component, and thanks to our projects, there will be contribution to the working life in our country, and we will be able to analyze the risks from these sectors, and we will support proactive measures to mitigate all the dangers. And for the last time, I would like to touch upon another project. The professional competency is an important issue. No matter if they are trained or not trained, professional competence is hugely important. And in order to understand that, we need to have a certificate, especially in sectors which have significant risks, such as mining, automotive, and chemicals. There will be efforts to strengthen the competence and capacity of the workers. It is crucial to provide competency in these fields. Through this project, 50,000 people will get professional competency certificates, and there will be the establishment of certification institutions, actually. And it will not be just the establishment of those institutions. At the end of the project, we will provide them the accreditation opportunity in the end. And then again, together with the direct grant facility, there will be the support of certification to 75,000 people. As you can see, we are in every corner of the life, and we will be with our stakeholders, beneficiaries, and together with innovative projects, we will find solutions to the problems. Minutes ago, esteemed directors and head of departments touched upon certain issues, and yes, for nearly 10 years, we have developed a certain institutional capacity thanks to IPA, but we do witness that there is a decrease in the amount of budgets. Why we have increased the institutional capacity? The reason was that to conduct all our activities with better institutional capacity, with more personnel, but now there's a decrease in the budget, and indeed, I do know that there was significant efforts, and there is still significant efforts by the Directorate of European Union Directors European Union relations, and we will be supporting their efforts and studies. Thank you so much. And we took a different course in our panel, but I don't want to I want to be fair to everyone. IPA, did you finalize all your words? Firstly, gentleman has touched upon 2 points. I want to say something. One was about sustainability, and the other one is about duration. Yes, you are quite right. Private sector should be the buyers of these outcomes, and we should have profitable outcomes, and we need to have sustainable results. Sustainability definition of European Union is not that difficult for us, but what we desire is to have just fair durations, and we would like to have such projects to accomplish our targets. I mean, from research and development to innovation, there is such a huge extent of the projects. And if we do see that those were realized in 5 or 10 years, the research and development side just lose its updateness, and innovation also is not up to date when we started to implement those projects. If we implement the supply procedure with international tender procedures, for example, then it takes a very long time. Implementation takes a certain duration, so it is quite challenging to follow up all those. That's why we need to have different practices. I believe we need to have different practices in our hands. It will speed up the process, and the sustainability of the structures that we have established will be maintained through these different applications. And if we can just incentivize these different practices, that would be a good solution. A change of mentality, a change of perspective could make it easier for the implementers. Majority of our projects are for universities. Yes, for sustainability, there will be no major issues. However, we want private sector to get benefit from these projects as well. They need to use the outcomes of those. So for that, we may have a joint work to identify possible solutions. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank all of you one by one. As you can see, there are lots of things to say, and but we want to conclude today. Tomorrow we will be together with you, and tomorrow we will be talking about critical sectors such as justice, basic rights, and also home affairs and civil society will be here to be discussed. Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you for this nice panel. Let's have a photo all together, please. Today, Cemre Güzel, who is the head of Monitoring and Evaluation Department from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, chaired 2 panels, and I would like to thank Laurent Gurgenken, who is the Deputy Head of Economic and Social Development Section in Delegation of European Union to Turkey. I would like to thank Süreyya Erkan from Ministry of Labor and Social Security. I would like to thank Dr. Ismail Rajabaya from Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, Ahmet Alperen Sakaya from Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, and I would like to thank the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure from Head of Department for EU Investments, Nedim Yeşil. Thank you everyone for your contributions. And as Cemre stated, tomorrow morning we will be here at 9:30. At 9:30 we will start our panel, and hope to see you tomorrow morning. And to the ones who just follow us from online means, thank you. Hope to see you tomorrow. Bye.